هذه لا تبقى مالت هني. شنو؟ ها؟ عارف. بس الوزير يحتاج. ما عندك كلمة.
سعادة الدكتور محمد بن مبارك جمعة، وزير التربية والتعليم، رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي. معالي الأستاذ الدكتور الشيخ خالد بن محمد آل خليفة، الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية. السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، إن خير ما نبدأ به حفلنا هذا آيات من الذكر الحكيم يتلوها على مسامعنا القارئ حسين محمد الطليح.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض، وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به الله، فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء، والله على كل شيء قدير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون، كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله، لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله، وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها، لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا، ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا، ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به، واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا، أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. صدق الله العظيم.
الحضور الكريم، السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، إنه من حسن النعم علينا التي أنعم الله بها علينا أن يكون العلم والسعي وراء العلم هو الشغل الشاغل لدينا، وأنه المحرك الأساسي لديمومة الأخلاق وبناء المجتمعات. وقد جاء الابتكار بمفهومه العصري المختلف ليضيف بعداً جديداً لكل العلوم التي تربينا عليها واندمجنا فيها. فبات الابتكار جزء لا يتجزأ من علوم الطاقة والأدب والثقافة والطب والإعلام والمال والأعمال وغيرها من العلوم التي لا تعد ولا تحصى. ولأننا على دراية حقيقية بأهمية هذا العلم الذي اندمج وبسرعة كبيرة مع بقية العلوم وتفوق في إبرازها وتقديمها لمتناولين العلوم بشكل مختلف، جاء هذا المؤتمر مكملاً لما بدأت به كلية البحرين الجامعية من إدماج حقيقي للابتكار وعلومه في كافة التخصصات العلمية التي تقدمها. وللحديث أكثر حول استراتيجيات كلية البحرين الجامعية واهتمامها الحقيقي بالابتكار وعلومه الأساسية، أدعو معالي الأستاذ الدكتور الشيخ خالد بن محمد آل خليفة، الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية، لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الحمد لله حمد الشاكرين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، وعلى كل من سار على دربه واتبع طريقته إلى يوم الدين. المعذرة أتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية. Your Excellency Dr. Mohammed bin Mubarak Jum'a, Minister of Education, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Higher Education Council, esteemed guests, University College of Bahrain Board of Trustees members, scholars, faculty members, students, and honorable guests. Welcome to the first International Conference of Business and Innovative Technology. قال الله تعالى: يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات. In an era marked by rapid advancements and transformative technologies, the realm of business and innovation stands as a pivotal point that drives progress forward. It is here that groundbreaking concepts take shape, where daring visionaries stimulate to change the status quo, and where the seeds of prosperity are sown. This conference comes to prove that University College Bahrain is eager to participate actively in achieving Kingdoms of Bahrain's vision to build and cultivate a culture of research and knowledge by providing platform for intellectual discourse. University College Bahrain has always been an incubator for inspiration, a crucible for creativity, and a catalyst for collaboration. Our aim is to foster an environment conducive to the birth of revolutionary ideas, where the sparks of innovation ignite, encouraging collaboration between disciplines and industries. Today, we gather here to celebrate not only the spirit of knowledge and innovation, but also the remarkable contribution of the University College Bahrain in serving Kingdom of Bahrain vision, as well as the research academic community by supporting young scholars in the Arab region. One of the hallmarks of University College Bahrain commitment to academic excellence is its unwavering support for young researchers it's by supporting young scholars in the Arab region. One of the hallmarks of the University College Bahrain's commitment to academic excellence is its unwavering support for young researchers. By providing conference support to aspiring scholars from diverse Arab nations such as Jordan and Morocco, young scholars will get the chance to get in touch with experts in their fields to open wide, endless horizons of innovation and progression to their careers. I also would like to highlight the pivotal role played by the Higher Education Council in supporting universities and its active participation in achieving Bahrain's vision to serve as an educational and research hub in the region. The Higher Education Council stands as a guiding force steering Bahrain's educational landscape towards excellence, innovation, and global prominence. This has been done by establishing policies, implementing strategic initiatives, and fostering partnerships. Bahrainis are proud to have a well-established infrastructure conducive to the growth and development of universities, ensuring them to remain at the forefront of educational and research excellence. We at UCB ensure continuity in aligning our efforts with the national vision of becoming an educational and research hub, attracting students, scholars, and institutions from around the world. Last but not least, I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Mohammed bin Mubarak Jum'a, Minister of Education, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Higher Education Council, for the support provided for universities. I also would like to thank the leadership team of University College Bahrain, as well as the organizers of this conference for their efforts in organizing this event. في الختام لا يسعني إلا التوجه إلى مقام مولاي الملك المعظم وولي عهده الأمين حفظهم الله بأسمى آيات الشكر والعرفان، داعين المولى تعالى بأن يحفظ الله البحرين حرة عربية تحت الراية الخليفية. شكرا. السلام عليكم. ساعدني يعني ولا؟ بسم الله.
والآن مع كلمة الدكتورة رنا صوايا رئيسة كلية البحرين الجامعية، فلتتفضل.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed bin Mubarak Jum'a, Minister of Education, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Higher Education Council, Your Excellency, Professor Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, Founder and Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our esteemed Board of Trustees, keynote speakers, panelists, researchers, scholars, and honorable guests. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the University College of Bahrain International Conference on Business and Innovative Technology. It's truly a privilege to stand before such a distinguished scholars and audience united by our shared passion for pushing the boundaries of what is merely possible. Today, research serves as a common thread, waving through all professions. Those who engage in research join a long line of individuals throughout history dedicated to uncovering new knowledge and ideas that ultimately make the world a better place. As Neil Armstrong once said, research is creating new knowledge. At UCB, we firmly believe that research, innovation, and teaching are interconnected, serving as pillars upon which we empower our student and early career researchers to become agents of change in their respective fields. Our vision aligns with the vision of the Kingdom of Bahrain, where research and innovation stand as pillars for investing in the next generation of researcher talents. Central to our strategy is a commitment to advancing knowledge, driving innovations, and addressing the most pressing challenges facing the world. Our research strategy are guided by a persistent pursuit of excellence, fueled by intellectual curiosity and grounded in the principle of academic integrity and social impact. Today, as we gather here, we aim to delve into the domain of knowledge, to explore new frontiers of research, and to foster meaningful discourse that transcends both boundaries. This year's conference theme emphasizes on innovation and technology, the twin engines driving humanity forward, igniting progress and reshaping the world in profound ways. They are catalysts sparking transformative change, driving us toward a future limited only by the bounds of our imagination. It's truly remarkable to see such a diverse and enthusiastic turnout at the conference, with scholars hailing from various continents, from Asia, USA, Europe, and Africa, and specializing in different fields, receiving over 300 papers and around 150 participants, indicates a strong interest and engagement within the research community, reflecting a genuine commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation. Publishing these academic papers with Springer and indexing them with Scopus will undoubtedly amplify their impact and reach, contributing to the broader academic dialogue. As we convene at this conference, we found ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. The pace of technological advancement is accelerating at a fast rate, presenting us with both exceptional opportunities and complex challenges. From artificial intelligence to biotechnology, from renewable energy to space exploration, the possibilities are infinite. Yet, these opportunities come responsibilities. We must ensure that the fruits of innovation are yielded ethically and responsibly, serving to uplift and empower humanity as a whole. In closing, I express a special gratitude to our strategic partner, the Higher Education Council. Your continued support will elevate the profile of universities in the Kingdom, while your ongoing commitment to youth development will further enhance the future of the educational sector in the Kingdom of Bahrain. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed bin Mbarak Juma, Minister of Education and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Higher Education Council, Professor Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, Founder and Chairman of Board of Trustees, Dr. Reem Hamdan, the Conference Chair, as well all participants, speakers, the scientific and organizing committee who have contributed to making this conference a reality. Your dedication and passion for advancing knowledge are truly commendable. Let us together seize this moment to tackle the power of innovation and technology, creating a better and brighter future for generations to come. Thank you.
والآن أدعو كل من سعادة الدكتور محمد بن مبارك جمعة وزير التربية والتعليم رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي، معالي الأستاذ الدكتور الشيخ خالد بن محمد آل خليفة الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية، الدكتورة رنا صوايا رئيسة كلية البحرين الجامعية، لتكريم السادة المنتديين في هذا الحفل الكريم. البروفيسور عودة الجيوسي جامعة الخليج العربي البحرين. البروفيسور خالد حسيني، جامعة بانغور، المملكة المتحدة. بروفيسور بيير الحداد، بروفيسور بيير الحداد، جامعة إنسك من فرنسا. الدكتور الشيخ محمد بن حمد آل خليفة، وزارة الداخلية، البحرين. الدكتور معتز السبجكي، BWC ميدل إيست السعودي، المملكة العربية السعودية. الدكتورة نريمان حاج حمو، مركز كليكس، دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. السيد محمد الحمادي، السيد محمد أحمدي، تمكين، البحرين. باحث الدكتوراه وليد سمو، جامعة ابن زهر، المغرب. باحثة الدكتوراه مرح الصفدي، جامعة آل البيت، الأردن. والآن أدعو السادة المكرمين إلى أخذ صورة جماعية على المسرح مع سعادة وزير التربية والتعليم، وزير التربية والتعليم، رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي، وأيضا مع الرئيس المؤسس رئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية، السيد الشكر الجزيل لسعادة الدكتور محمد بن مبارك جمعة، وزير التربية والتعليم، رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي، ومعالي الأستاذ الدكتور الشيخ خالد بن محمد آل خليفة، الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية. وأدعو الآن السادة إلى أخذ استراحة قصيرة قبل بدء هذا المنتدى. ويتفضل الآن معالي الأستاذ الدكتور الشيخ خالد بن محمد آل خليفة الرئيس المؤسس ورئيس مجلس أمناء كلية البحرين الجامعية لتكريم سعادة الدكتور محمد بن مبارك جمعة وزير التربية والتعليم رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي.
لا واحد قصير يقف كده صح كده؟
لا بس حضرتك مش عاوز حاجه زي كده. ما شاء الله طولك كده.
start? Oh. Dr. Reem? Do I wait? The room is empty. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished keynote speakers, good morning. I'm Miss Valentine Smart. I'm a faculty member in the Business Administration Department at University College of Bahrain. It is my pleasure to carry out the rest of the International Conference of Business and Innovative Technology. Next on our agenda, I will introduce 5 of our esteemed keynote speakers of today's international conference. Professor Odeh Al-Jayousi, Professor Khaled Husseini, Professor Pierre El-Haddad, Dr. Aruzu Harraf, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al-Khalifa. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Odeh Al-Jayousi, Head of Innovation and Technology Management at Arabian Gulf University, Bahrain. He will deliver his speech entitled Innovation and Culture, New Perspective. Professor Odeh Al-Jayousi is a global thinker, an educator, author, and an international consultant in urban planning, energy policy, strategic planning, education policy, sustainability, and innovation. He is an expert in technological innovation, higher education, sustainable innovation, and open and user innovation. Without further ado, I will warmly welcome Professor Odeh Al-Jayousi to the stage.
Pointer. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm waiting for the presentation, but we can work without it. Okay, it's there. Okay, excellent. Sorry, I can't see it. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Well, basically, my presentation will be something different. Well, talking about technology, innovation, and the era of AI. But however, I will try to go into different layers of worldviews, metaphors, and the disruptive technologies. So we're talking about the software of innovation rather than the hardware. So basically, I'll try to address the notion of different language learning and the idea of culture and innovation. When you talk about culture and innovation, there is a problem of how do we address the issue of major deficit disorder and also ecological deficit disorder. We suffer from ecological amnesia. Maybe I should be sitting here, standing here. We suffer from ecological amnesia, and that's why we need to address the issue of how we address innovation. If you look at Netflix, there is a lot interesting notion of social dilemma. Now there is surveillance capitalism, but also there is also shock capitalism, where there is hegemony over the private space. So humans are being commodified, and we are part of the product. That's why there is what we call liquid modernity in terms of the convergence between culture, technology, and science. And here I'd like to talk about the VUCA time. Basically, we live in the era of VUCA time, which is volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, and complexity. So here, the key message in my presentation, how can we humanize technology? We look at the value of time, because part of this civilizational renewal is how do we value time? And also the notion of how we define happiness, progress, and success. So part of redefinition of progress, redefinition of sustainability, and what constitutes sustainability, what constitutes happiness and what constitutes progress. And perhaps with the era of AI and disruptive technology, we are moving from double loop learning or storytelling to what we call one loop or zero loop learning. In the literature of the construction of the Arabic mind, how the Arabic mind is constructed by Muhammad al-Jabiri, they talk about different type of characterization. One is what we call tadween, recording mind. The other notion is what we call irfan, the inspiration. And the other notion is bayan, the articulation. And the fourth one is al-burhan, which is the evidence-based. In many cases, the Arabic mind has not moved from the inspiration mind into the evidence-based mind. So we are still in the early stage of al-bayan rather than al-burhan. However, still when we talk about the paradise lost, still we need to redefine what's the paradise lost in the new era. Maybe the the golden age can be articulated as a future perspective. So the paradise of Eden can be in the future. However, the future is an asset, and part of the culture, how we define the future as an asset. So the paradise lost can be regained as part of the future perspective or a narrative. How can we see ourselves in this planet? What's our size? What's our value between these galaxies? And part of the culture, part of what we call a meta-narrative of eco-cosmic intelligence. We talk about multiple intelligences, and part of the intelligence is the existential intelligence. How do we see ourselves as part of this expansive universe? Where do we stand as part of these galaxies? What's our size, value, and contribution to knowledge? And that's why we talk about the idea of expanding universe. So we deal with universe not unlike like a Newtonian planet, but rather as more of a spiritual planet. So our role is to heal this planet. So there is expanding universe, and in terms of time and space, it's very dynamic. Everything is energy, wave. It's a wavelength. It's a vibration and a frequency. So one metaphor from culture, we can borrow from our culture that innovation provides infinite solutions. There's a lot of expansion. So one metaphor of innovation is, from a cultural context is there is infinite solution. There is no one single solution for problems. So the argument is that civilization educates, but culture enlightens. And in terms of dimensions of culture, we can look at risk-taking, distance between gender, open communication, acceptance of failure, and to what extent how we can define a culture that we accept risk and we celebrate failure and we accept the idea of openness and co-creation and open innovation. Now, in this presentation, I'd like to talk about four layers, part of causal layered analysis, 4 layers of culture. One is that we see the top of the iceberg in terms of art, architecture, costume, food, and ecology. But when we go to the 3 layers, part of the culture, we go to the deeper levels of systems and structures, the pedagogy. We look at worldviews, whether it's positivism or constructivism, and we go down to the narrative, the story, the metaphor we live by. So the first one is I talked about liquid modernity, the convergence between science, technology, and art. And also we talk about the path dependency in innovation, the path dependency or the mission-oriented innovation policy, where we have what we call the waves of technology. There is different waves from the part of the 4th industrial revolution. And also, if you go down deeper, you look at the metaphor analysis, which is the narrative. What is technology? Technology as an enabler, as a tool, or as part of a culture. So the abstract, in terms of the art, part of the culture, when we talk about digital, abstract in art is the highest level of articulation, the highest level of manifestation. So when you talk about art, this is a deeper understanding of Islamic art is part of a higher level of consciousness and articulation. And also when you talk about the key agility and the power of an automobile, we measure it by horsepower. And when Ford asked people, what about inventing an automobile? The answer was, we have horses. So we realized that the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stones. There's a lot of transformation, but in essence, the idea of agility in horse or even cross-fertilization, male and female, even in the palm tree, it's part of the culture. There is diversity, there is cross-fertilization, and also there is agility as part of the horse and the palm tree. Roger Garudi talks about the idea of oneness, celebrating the idea of oneness within diversity and the convergence and unity between art and science, mind and soul, body and mind, and the idea of now and then, the idea of continuum, one continuum. There is no separation between now and the future. The future is part of a continuum, and that's why we need to celebrate the idea of oneness of art and science, oneness of mind and soul, and oneness between technology and art. Part of the architecture in the Middle East and Northern Africa or Levant, we see that the inner beauty, the inside the house, the beauty is embedded inside the house, rather than the garden, the fountain, and the art is inside the house, not on the outside, like the Western architecture. So part of the inspiration comes within. It's part of the deeper inner beauty. We call it ihsan. And in terms of the what I call the innovation journey, the journey of innovation, it's part of the whole story and the part of the Arab culture, the story of a bee, nahl. When we talk about inspiration, we start the journey of innovation, part of the inspiration of أوحى ربك إلى النحل, and then we go back into incubation, اتخذي من الجبال بيوتا, and then we go back to the diffusion, كلي من كل الثمرات, and then the added value, the value creation, فيه شفاء للناس. So the idea of journey of innovation is embedded part of the culture with the journey of B, from inspiration, أوحى ربك, to شفاء للناس, and pure for humanity, for all humanity, which is interesting metaphor that innovation is a process, it's not a product. And it's also sustainable innovation. It's part of sustainable innovation. Again, systems, we talk about different, whether it's digital economy or a green economy. We have part of the metaphor of 1001 nights, ألف ليلة وليلة. 1001 night, and in Cambridge, they looked at 1001 inventions. And they tried to draw correlation between 1001 night as part of the art, the imagination, the part of the fantasia of the Arab literature, to look at innovation. There is a hidden, missing link between East and West, that there is 1001 inventions that were created as part of this part of the world. Again, the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stones. We need to harness the power of transformation, and that's why we need to move into a new era of renewable energy and transformation. And part of the collapse of early civilization like Maya and Aztec, they were not unable to harness the power of change. Again, when you talk about quantum physics and the idea of technology and quantum physics, we are all waves or frequency or energy. I like the work of Neil Torok in quantum physics, where Neil talks about the idea of astonishing simplicity of everything. We see that the entire universe is built on a binary system, 0, 1. It's a very simple. We are all, the Earth is a big wave, a big bell, and we are all a wave. Our communication now in this meeting, we are all part of a wave function. And the idea that everything is in a state of prior space. So we are not only digital man, digital humans, we are spiritual human. So we need to make sure that even in the digital era, there is the inner beauty, the ihsan, and the spirituality of the human. Again, we realize that when we looked at the galaxies, we are only a floating, bouncing, small entity in the universe between time and space, and that's why there is emergence, there is singularity, and there is the idea of entanglement. If you broke two atoms, two electrons in the quantum physics, there is communication between these two electrons. There's entanglement. And the idea that everything is alive, everything is intelligent, and everything is articulate. وَإِن مِّن شَيْءٍ إِلَّا يُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِهِ. Again, the idea of digital era, digital economy, digital man, we need to realize that also we are spiritual. So we need to redefine, in the digital era, the idea of humanizing technology, that you are not only robotics or AI or chat GPT, there is the spiritual dimension, the empathy, the human empathy. And what's lacking in the digital now, how we can contextualize human empathy in the digital era, where there is a lot of loneliness, there's a lot of vacuum, and there's a lot of alienation. And again, this requires a balance between mind and spirit, a balance between reason and mind. But however, we suffer from what we call weapons of math destruction. You can tell a bad story in statistics, you can lie in statistics, so we need to be careful how statistics or science or even AI, generative AI can manipulate and can give us weapons of math destruction or weapons of knowledge destruction. However, another metaphor is innovation as an algorithm. Al-Khwarizmi is one metaphor. We need to be careful of the other side effects of technology. Technology, there is, after Second World War, we realized that technology has lots of spillover effects, externalities, in terms of nuclear war, weapons of mass destruction, and the idea of war on the voiceless and the marginalized. So do we want to live in a nation, in a humanity that is governed by power and without human empathy? So we need to realize to what extent technology is dehumanizing and silencing the voiceless and the marginalized. And worldviews, whether it's green or right or left or feminism or conservative, how can culture and bring new innovative technologies? The key message, what type of metaphor, what type of narrative do we see the future? Are we part of a tree or a carpet or a ship, or what type of narrative do we see the future? Is the future, how can we look at the rear mirror of the future, or we look at the front mirror? How do we see the future? Again, innovation is about a metaphor. And also innovation is about symbiosis between bees and trees. This symbiosis is critical for co-creation, for open innovation, and for collaboration between bees and trees, between IBM and SMEs, between Aramco or JBIC or Babco and small SMEs or Tamkeen. Again, female is critical. Without female, there's no innovation. The gender, the idea of female is critical. If there is absence of female, there will be innovation. So I'm glad there is a lot of innovation here. Innovation is inspired from culture, and you can see architecture, art and culture is borrowed from ecology. There is a lot of biomimicry and a lot of inspiration from architecture. So innovation is a part of a narrative, and innovation is part of a mission as well. And however, we are confronted with idea of fatalism. Even in with Fukuyama talks about the end of history, as liberalism will be the last stage of human progress. So we need to see that the golden age is in the future, and how we can regain our own social identity as part of this part of the Arab world, to have our own golden age revisited, rethought, and reinvented. Civilization renewal, we believe in the part of the Arabic culture that every 100 years, every century, there is a cycle of renewal. The idea, how can we use design thinking to design a new cycle of renewal? mujaddid. Every century, there is a renewal process. How can we design through collaboration, through people in the diaspora, through science think tanks, how we can design a new cycle of renewal, a new civilization renewal based on reason and based on empathy and based on faith. Again, innovation here as a metaphor, there is a mission and renewal. And we need to realize what type of metaphor do you want our journey? Is it Noah Ark or is it the Titanic? So we need to choose which ship do you want to choose, a Titanic versus a Noah Ark. Again, the new narrative, shall we go for conspiracy theory, AI, their surveillance, the idea of democracy and technology, and or shall we go for a different paradigm of rationalism, pragmatism, and trying to harness the wave of technology? So we need to move away from fatalism and conspiracy theory to more of pragmatic, rational approach to harness the power of technology rather than to be a victim. Again, part of the market economy, shock capitalism and surveillance capitalism, everything has been commodified. Culture, humans, and we need to move to a new idea of valuing human dignity, valuing human life, rather than celebrating the idea of everything has been commodified from a palm tree or anything else, as we see here. Again, what's missing in this new era is the empathy. We need to ensure that there is, in the era of AI, empathy is being put on the agenda. And the key messages here is basically in the causal layered analysis, we need to take care of the Generation Z. They suffer from nature deficit disorder. They suffer from ecological amnesia. They suffer from human blind spots. We need to take care of digital addiction for Generation Z. And also we need to move down the layers of looking at what type of digital economy do you want in terms of system and structures, in terms of governance, in terms of surveillance, and the democratic society. We move down also to what we call different regime of science and technology regime, what type of worldview, and then at the end of the day, do we see at the metaphor analysis technology as a two-edged sword or technology as a panacea for progress and emancipation? We need to shift the narrative. So the idea is not about self-interest group, it's about healing humanity. It's not an end-of-pipe solution, it's not a quick fix, it's all about holistic thinking and holistic transformation. So we need a new discourse of hope, not fear. You cannot compel humanity to act for climate change or AI or digital disruption by fear. You need to induce the idea of hope in order to make a difference. And again, we cannot count on collapse to compel us. We need to address the idea of healing, not only healing technology or the ecosystem or the supply or demand, but rather healing the entire ecosystem. Again, اعقلها وتوكل. We say in Arabic, the metaphor is about اعقلها وتوكل. You need to tie your camel and depend on the creator. So it's not enough to say, well, I am a spiritual person, I'm a well-mannered, but rather you need to tie your camel and depend on the creator. And we need to humanize how we have a humane technology by addressing the idea of human well-being and the alignment between security, human well-being, and freedom. Finally, we need to look at innovation as a metaphor, a value, and a mission, and a narrative. We need to have a different conversation to change the conversation from fatalism and conspiracy to the idea of rationalism and pragmatism, and we need to have a shared understanding of reality. And the future is ethical. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Now
All right. So since we already talked about feminism and females and innovation and so on, so do you agree on the term that there is a gendered innovation? Is there such thing? Thank you.
Well, the idea, I think it's not about labeling, it's about mainstreaming. How can you mainstream the idea of all humanity, especially male and female, as part of co-creation of innovative culture? There is interesting correlation between the idea of cultural diversity and innovation. So the idea of having female as part of a core ingredient of innovation is critical for transformation, I believe. So that's why I think
So yes,
women should be on the agenda.
So all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, in the back, and then on the right.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. Thank you, Doctor, for your contribution, and you show us and explore the contribution in the Arab culture in the innovation. Really, I'm very proud and honorary for us for this one. Really, I'm very appreciate to you. Yeah, my question from you, your concept, there is one model I'm not happy for this one. I'm not against you. Yeah, you said the journey of the bee. You said the innovation of the, you know the bee, you have the journey of the bee for the 4, I think, steps or 4 dimensions. But sometimes, you know, if we need innovation, we need cash. You ignore and you neglect the cash money. How we can apply the journey of the bee in our project? This is my concern.
Interesting.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
sure.
you. My response will be from India, wisdom from Asia. There is interesting wisdom which say that we need to realize, first of all, the 5 capitals. Part of the manipulation of market economy and capitalism, we think that only wealth is about finance, your banking account. We lost the track of the social capital, the social capital, the intellectual capital, and the natural capital. And the bigger circle, the bigger domain is the natural capital. And the key message here is that when we pollute our water, when we kill the last fish in this universe, when we kill the last tree, we realize that we cannot eat money. So there is a misconception in terms of wealth, the wealth of nations, the health and wealth of nations. So the ecosystem is part of our natural capital. You cannot invest on a dead planet. And also there's the social capital, al-arham. So I think we need to have a balance between our financial capital and about the social capital and the natural capital. But I agree with you, there is always value of harnessing the idea of the natural capital. And the right, yes.
All right. One more question. One
Yes,
more
on the
question.
right.
Quick question, please.
On the
So,
right, on the right.
all right. We had to say goodbye, but we really enjoyed the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mourad Behlouli. I'm a marine expert in the seismic offshore industry, mainly in the ocean bottom nodes. My question is related to the technology that you were mentioning, and I think that you have brushed a nice ethical, I would say, view of the innovation. The problem is that the innovation has always been used not to increase our comfort and make us as human beings, I would say, more efficient, more comfortable, and so on, but to increase profits and to I would say, nurture the largest companies. So with the artificial intelligence, we can say that it's a kind of breakthrough, even though it's not a technology which came just a few time ago. What do we really expect? Because artificial intelligence will not cover our future needs and our future challenges. So how can we make these technologies, and not only AI, but also I'm talking about energy efficiency and so on, how can we tackle the future challenges with all, I would say, all the assets that we are having right now?
Good. Thank you. I think Thank you very much. I think basically the emerging technologies, whether it's big data analytics, from GPS to fintech to AI, they are tools to ensure human prosperity. Now, the idea is, I use the metaphor of two-edged sword, how we can harness technology for the best of human progress. And to what extent do you think that technology, how we can minimize the idea of externalities and spillover effects of technology? How we can humanize technology and make sure that there is minimum disruption to our human life for our human empathy, our social capital. So I think there is always a balance, the idea of mizan. So how we can have a balance, a trade-off between our social capital, natural capital, and financial capital. The idea of trade-off and balance is the key. How a human can strike a balance between all these 5 capitals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you.
Over lunch.
All right. All right.
My name is Dr. Muhammad Mukhtar. I come from the American University of Bahrain.
Sharafna.
And I really enjoyed your presentation. It's very, very interesting, the juncture between culture and technology. It's a topic that is not, hardly visited in this part of the world, although it's very important. I have a question. Professor Dreyfus, who's a philosopher specializing in continental philosophy, specifically Heidegger, you know Heidegger's writing about technology, was working at MIT with a team of people who started artificial intelligence at MIT in 1960s. And he said to them, you are working on the wrong assumption because you are emulating the human intelligence, but forgetting that most of human intelligence is subconscious. And they laughed at him. He said, you are a philosopher. What do you have to do with this? 20 years later, they realized that he was absolutely correct, that they need to incorporate subconscious part of the human. My point is this. Now in the United States, in all AI companies, there are resident philosophers, there are resident anthropologists, people from social sciences, even at MIT itself, to further ideas like the one you just shared with us. But in this part of the world, people almost worship technology without any critical outlook. So I'm really worried. I teach media and technology at the American University, and I think there is a huge problem because we take technology from the West without the etiquette. For instance, children watching TikTok for 8 hours a day. I have to stop, but I just need your opinion.
Thank you very much. I think that in one sentence, if you go back to the history, the story of Moses and the golden cow, the idea now, even the disciples of Moses, they forget the golden cow is a metaphor for technology, for the idea of human wealth. And the followers, they forget the real essence of the purpose of life, and they thought that this is the new God. So we need to be careful that technology will be not the new God. Thank you.
Thank you for a very insightful speech on innovation culture and human perspective. Our keynote speaker is Professor Khaled Husseini, Professor of Accounting at Bangor University, UK. He will deliver his speech entitled Sustainability and Circular Economy Transparency. Professor Khaled Husseini is a professor of accounting at Bangor University. He has published more than 110 refereed papers in academic journals and international conference proceedings. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Khaled Husseini.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank University College of Bahrain for inviting me. I would like to thank the President and also Dr. Reem Khamis for the kind invitation and for the hospitality. I was invited for this conference long time ago, and my plan was to talk about something very interesting to me, which is about disk rejection and how to avoid disk rejection. But then I decided to talk about something else. I discussed some reasons for disk rejections with my colleagues and some editors. So I tried to make a survey. I collect some data about the main reasons for disk rejection. And one of the most reasons for disk rejection is there is no new knowledge added to the literature. So one of my colleagues told me that all the papers submitted to the journal is about CSR, sustainability. What's the incremental contribution? What's the new angle added here? So I thought about presenting a new angle in this literature about sustainability. So I thought about circular economy. I found that by my own reading, there is a lot of literature about circular economy and sustainability in general, but in my field, in the field of accounting and finance, almost there is very limited research. I can say that there is no comprehensive study discuss the concept of circular economy from the accounting point of view. So today I will discuss this concept. I will mention what has been done in the literature with the hope that you can find a new angle. So rather than looking at sustainability again or CSR again, you can find out something can add incremental contribution to the literature and at the same time to avoid the potential disk rejection from the editor. So it's far away from me, but I will try to understand what are they. So I will start by explaining what I mean by circular economy in general, and then what I meant by the title of this presentation, which is sustainability and circular economy, and what is the relationship between the two concepts. And then from the last presentation, it is highlighted that narrative is important. And my main talk is about narrative. So if a business adopts technology, they need to tell their stakeholders that they are using technology. So without this kind of communication between the business and stakeholders might misunderstand the performance of the firm. So here, information is important. So it is not enough to adopt technology only or to adopt any model for sustainability, but it is very important to disclose this information to help the stakeholders understand that you are keen about the environment, you are keen about sustainability, you are keen for adopting technology. Then I will talk about why stakeholders in general need this kind of information. When I studied accounting at my undergraduate and master degree, I know that accounting produces numbers. So we look at financial statements, and I understand from my teacher that stakeholders or the users of the financial statement will read these numbers, and based on these numbers, they will make a decision. But nowadays, we are talking about narrative section of the annual report, something outside the scope of the financial statement. So also I will discuss why investors or stakeholders might be interested in this kind of narrative. And then I will talk about the main challenges and opportunities if we adopt the circular economy accounting model. What are they? And finally, I just will give a brief conclusion based on my experience. What is needed? What is needed from the stakeholder point of view? What is needed from the company point of view? And also, what is needed from us as researchers? So starting by the concept of circular economy. Circular economy is one of the most innovative model for production. In this model, as mentioned in the title, it's a model for production and consumption. And in this model, we have to reuse or repair or refurbish or recycle our product. So we increase the life of the product as much as we can. So in this case, we reduce the waste, we efficiently use our resources. And you can imagine if you recycle your product and reuse it again, how much revenue you might earn by adopting this methodology. And of course, you can't use this one, the circular economy model, without technology. So technology also helps here. So circular economy establish a more sustainable product and consumption system. Most of the literature mentions that circular economy will help the company to achieve sustainability. So there is a clear link between sustainability and circular economy. And even I found some studies try to ask some stakeholders about which dimension of sustainability might be impacted by following the circular economy model. Because we know that sustainability, ESG, contains environmental, social, and environmental dimensions, 3 different dimensions. So they ask stakeholders if the business is follow or adopt circular economy model, which of these dimensions will be impacted. And the study mentions that I think the social one is a more impacted dimension of sustainability if the business are following circular economy model. So, but what we need such non-financial information. The need of non-financial information is not recent one. The need of non-financial information was back in 1997 when we found that many studies provided evidence that financial statements are no longer used by stakeholders. Financial statements provide us information about what has been done in the past. So what has been done in the past is very important, but stakeholders also need other financial information and non-financial information to predict the future. Therefore, this increases the need for having non-financial information. One of the non-financial information is circular economy information and sustainability. If you look at the literature, you will find that a huge literature about sustainability, about ESG, about CSR, but for a circular economy, it was not much explored in the literature for many reasons. One of these, it is not mandatory. There is no accounting standard force firm to disclose information, circular economy. So, but in terms of the definition, when I mentioned to sustainability and circular economy transparency, I mean that the information disclosed by the company to their stakeholders. Sustainability, the 3 dimensions, environmental, social, and economic dimensions. For sustainability, for circular economy, is the information about the adopted model of sustainability for reusing and recycling the raw material and some products. So, based on the literature, there is a very strong belief that stakeholders are in need for this information for making decisions. If you look at credit rating literature, you will find that credit raters read non-financial information and also consider social information in their decision-making process. So, based on that, I found that the literature about circular economy in the accounting and finance field is quite limited. Most of the literature about sustainability, no literature on circular economy. So I started doing like a systematic literature review. I try to collect as much as literature related to this area, and I found that the literature is missing. Some articles is found published in low-ranked journals discuss sustainability. So what I found exactly, I found that a lot of articles, when they mention to a circular economy, they try to describe the current practice of circular economy disclosure in the annual report. So, in this study, what I noted they just describe the current practice. If the company discloses information or if the company is not disclosing information. And for me, it is not enough. We need to understand better what are the key factors or the key motivations for firms to disclose such information, and what happens if the company discloses this information. To what extent stakeholders will react and use this information for their decision-making process. I also found a very few articles, only 4 articles discussing factors affecting circular economy disclosure. So they try to look at the traditional factors like corporate governance. If the firm have a good quality corporate governance, they are more likely to disclose more information about environmental issues, including sustainability as well. Other study look at the firm characteristics. So for example, they say that if the firm is large firm disclose more information because they can afford the cost of disclosing such information. But generally speaking, what I can see is that there is limited disclosure studies, as well as the level of disclosure in this area is quite low. The final group of study, which about the economic consequences of circular economy disclosure. Again, the only few articles, about 4 articles, they look at performance. They try to see, is there any link between circular economy disclosure and sustainability? And of course, the answer is yes, because circular economy is a new way for helping the firm to achieve sustainability. They try to find out, is there any relationship between sustainability and future performance? And also the answer is yes. But for me, it is not enough, because we need to find out not the impact of circular economy disclosure on the firm decision. We need to find out the impact of circular economy disclosure on stakeholders. So we need to see to what extent the stock markets react to this information, how financial analysts use this information for their decision-making process, if creditors and credit rating agency use this type of disclosure or not. These points were missing in the literature. So I try to understand also from the literature how researchers measure circular economy, because without a measurement, you will not be able to do the empirical part. So for people who look at the current practice of circular economy disclosure, what they have done, they just read the annual report. They look at the annual report and try to count the number of sentences related to circular economy. So they have like some statements or some keywords, and they try to see if the company discloses information, they give it 1. If not, they give it 0. So 1, 0 for the items disclosed in the statement. This is called manual content analysis. And using manual content analysis is very time consuming and requires a lot of efforts. So what I noted that when they use the manual content analysis, the sample size are quite small. Just 1 or 2 studies use computer software. So by using computer software, you can identify disclosure about circular economy in large sample size. But here, you need to use some keywords related to circular economy. So this one of my study, which I try to find out the relationship between Industry 4 revolution and circular economy and the potential impact on financial performance. So I created a huge list of keywords related to circular economy, and this keyword was built based on a comprehensive reading of the literature about circular economy, its definition, and also its dimensions. So what topics I found and can be classified under the title of circular economy? I found that many topics discussed when the firm referred to the annual report. They talk about supply chain sustainability. They are talking about product design and circular management, a lot of topics. So it is a very rich area of research, and when you read the narrative, you will find a lot of stories about circular economy and waste management and resource efficiency. All these topics open the floor for new ideas for future research. So rather than looking at a very traditional topic, the impact of disclosure on performance or CSR on performance, you can look at a specific type of disclosure, like circular economy disclosure, or you can look at one of the dimensions of circle economy disclosure and try to find out if the company discloses information or not. If yes, what are the motivation for disclosing this information? And what happens if they disclose the information, how such information could affect different stakeholders. I also have I also try to find out what are the main challenges So I try also to find out the main challenges face companies when they produce circle economy statement in the annual report. And I found that the main challenge is that there is no accounting standard. So there is no best practice or no way to guide firms on using such information in the annual report. So without a clear guidance to what extent firms are aware about the importance of circle economy, this raises one of the points. Can you open the PowerPoint? Okay, that's fine. So, there is no accounting standard. This might affect the firm ability to understand the best way to report this information in the annual report. And also, some information is difficult to measure, and also firms might afraid to disclose this information because they might lose their competitive advantage, so other competitors might use this information. Let's assume that this is strategic information. If the regulation or the rules are not required for this information to be disclosed, why firm should disclose this information? Also, transforming from the traditional model to circle economy model require a huge investment. And firms try to avoid disclosing this information in their annual report. A lot of things like greenwashing. So if the firm discloses this information, it doesn't mean that the firm is keen about environment. The firm might use greenwashing for this. I know time is up now, so opportunity, there is a lot. So let me conclude what I noted here, that there is many benefits for using a circle economy model in a business. Companies expect a lot of business, but adopting the method of circle economy is not sufficient. We need to complement this adoption with disclosing information about the expected benefit of the adoption. Stakeholders also should be aware about the benefit of such information in the annual report or outside the annual report. External auditors also should say something about the quality of the information in this annual report. And finally, us as a researchers, I think this is a hot area of research. I strongly believe that we can invest time to explore the meaning, the measurement, the determinants and consequences of circle economy disclosure in the annual report. And if we do so, I think there will be an incremental contribution to the literature, and we could avoid this rejection in the next round. Thank you very much for inviting me. Time.
Yes, do we have a question? We have two questions. Only one? Just one. Just
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm Muhammad Rizki, Associate Professor of Islamic Finance at UCB. In your concluding remark, you put one topic about the greenwashing. I feel that's a very, very important in the realm of the circular economy and the sustainability, because as you know that in greenwashing, that means the misleading or the false claim about they do this sustainable, but in fact it's not. And in relation to that, nowadays the company, they do a carbon credit purchase. So they pay more, but they do a sin more. So are you of the view that this green washing, especially with regard to the carbon credit purchase, is just a way for the company to read out? They're not just really doing really green or really sustainable. What is your view about it? Thank you.
From the disclosure point of view, I totally agree with you that many companies disclose information about CSR or circular economy or sustainability for the greenwashing purpose. So external assurance is required to assure that the quality of the information included in this report. Otherwise, they might mislead the stakeholders. And also based on my own research, I found that always managers are biased. So if they have something good, they just disclose information about good news. So you'll find 95% of the information included in the narrative section of the annual report is good news. However, 5% is bad news. And when they disclose information about good news, they say that this is good news because of us. And when they have any bad news, they say that this is bad news because of external factors, not us. So this gives us a very clear evidence of biasness by managers. And I'm sure that they might use greenwashing. That's why we have to have external assurance, and external auditors also should have a word about the quality of the information included in these reports. Thank you.
Thank you for a very insightful speech on sustainability and circular economy transparency. Our third keynote speaker is Professor Pierre Al-Haddad, Professor of Management specializing in applied research and scientific consulting at INSEC University's Business School, Paris. He will deliver his speech entitled Global Performance and the Public Knowledge of Science. He has a cross-sectoral experience with companies, administrations, and nonprofits. His areas of interest include organizational development and strategy, business sustainability, and social economic management, and managerial control. Please welcome to the stage Professor Pierre Al-Haddad.
Thank you very much to our lovely speaker. And I'm sorry to deceive you, I don't have slides. It's only you and me discussing. Now, I will not start with what I wrote. I will start with some remarks from what I heard so far. And all are very interesting subjects. Humanizing technology. How to finance technology beyond what the government can deliver. The exactitude of financial reports and financial statements. The cost of irresponsibility. All these are interesting subjects to build on. All these are invitations for the publishers, the editors, to dedicate special issues maybe for these subjects. Now, I would like to start with a nod towards the University College of Bahrain, starting with His Excellency Professor Khalid Khalifa, the visionary founder of the University College of Bahrain and someone who walks the talk. So he teaches management, he does management, he teaches learning, and he's still learning so far. A nod to his wife who's supporting him, and to a team of managers whom I have seen yesterday in action, and I was impressed. Starting by Dr. Rana Sawaya, the president of the university, and she's also the chair of the network of organization development experts. Thank you, Rana, for the energy you put in your work and for the empathy also. This mixture is really amazing. Dr. Reem, she disappeared. She's here, yeah. The chair of the conference, and the whole team of University College of Bahrain. Fellow doctors, professors, colleagues in the scholarly profession, representatives of publishing houses, journals, indexing and certification bodies, ladies and gentlemen, leaders, managers in action, or managers to be, students of this fine institution, and the reason for us all to be here today. It gives me pride and honor to be amongst you. I had twice the chance in the past to meet UCB community. And twice in the past, I was impressed by how insightful and how incisive the discussion was. I am here today to pursue these discussions. As I jotted down my thoughts, I kept thinking, what can I tell my peers, things they do not know? What can I say to a room full of geniuses? How can I be useful to the management profession, to leaders who enterprise every day, take risks, create value, destroy some, and then create some more? This drove me to reflect on the nature of our profession. Management science is indeed the science of global performance, the science of organizing resources to create, perpetuate, and distribute value, to create more resources than consumed, economic, social, and natural resources, since we're talking about the circular economy. It's the science of creating, perpetuating, destroying value, yes, but creating more value to disseminate it to our constituents, to carry them, our constituents, up the social elevator. Ours is a science of action, soft science indeed, but carrying hard results. Technology, computational powers, algorithms, artificial intelligence are demonstrating the power of learning networks. Decades ago, management has theorized dynamic capabilities, the power of learning and relations. All the same, another example, neuroscience has recently revealed our brains process social pain and social reward exactly the same as physical pain and physical reward. Well, decades earlier, management science had theorized the impact of social performance on economic performance. Social and economic performances, it was established, are hyphened. They are one. Attempts to advance one over the other could only be short-lived. Global performance is indeed global. In the modern world, management science is required to push the boundaries of knowledge, to be ahead of the curve, to question what we know, how to know, what we cannot know, and how to make sense of it all in the real world, in our companies. In a world where information is globalizing and production is deglobalizing, where knowledge is universal but application is local, where machines are analytical but humans are synthetic, in a world where dichotomies rule the rooster, our profession needs to provide sense and orientation. We have to inform action, what to do tomorrow. Our profession carries the responsibility to speak to the real world, to be in the real world, in actio verita, in terranum verita. Truth is in the action, truth is in the field. In a recent workshop with the editorial board of one of the highest impact journals in the world, I will not say its name, I found myself raising the same question. Tom Cummings, the president of the Academy of Management, in his presidential address in 1997, raised the same question. 30 years ago, who is our audience? The question is it management scholars or managers? In the same vein, my question today, do we management scholars have the courage to put our theories to the test of the field? Are we as entrepreneurial as much as we teach entrepreneurship, and I rush to say, yes, we do. At least I do. Fundamental research is what its name says, fundamental. It's a pillar of science. It has to be here. However, organizations differ. They develop different cultures, have different contexts, learn differently, and make sense of information differently. Conveying management research to management, it happens, is as fundamental research. The public knowledge of science is as important as science, yet it requires another science. It requires what we call folk science. Translational research, scientific consulting, intervention research, applied research are all folk science practices. They are anchored in rigorous methodologies and rigorous observation. They provide the tool and the measure. They provide the thermometer and the temperature. They transform wisdom into theories and theories into wisdom. The public knowledge of science is our responsibility as much as science itself. It is both the acknowledgement of our profession and its legitimacy. وأخيراً أود أن أختم باللغة العربية الغنية والتي لم تأخذ حقها بعد في علوم الإدارة، متمنياً دوام التوفيق والإشعاع لهذه المؤسسة التربوية ولهذا المجتمع العلمي الذي أنا أفتخر بالانتماء إليه، وشكراً.
Hello, thank you for your lovely speech as usual. ممتع، يعني هيدي أقل شيء بقدر أقوله لدكتور أو بروفيسور بيير حداد. I've known him for the past 7 years now, and he's always amazing. I would like to ask you as a consultant, and I know other than you as a researcher and someone who's a scholar and publishing for a long period of time now, I would like to ask you as a consultant, how much of these theories are we really applying? Now, I always know that you are this person who challenges everything. And I will ask the second question, the second part of my question. Did you come up with your own theory or not yet?
Thank you for these questions. So if I understand well, the first question, how much of the management theories apply in the field? All of them apply or disapply. So they do orient our thinking. In fact, if they apply to the field, it means you are confirming the theory. Beyond confirming the theory, you are contextualizing theory. And one of the main challenges I had in my publications, well, the editors asking me, why Lebanon? Why Bahrain? Why Oman? Well, this is where I am practicing. Did anyone from the United States face this problem? Why the United States? No. Well, in fact, management theories that they apply to the field, contextualizing them. So it's either you confirm the theory, you contextualize it, or you infirm it. It means you come up with a new explanation of why this management theory does not apply. So in any case, all management theories, they inform your consulting practice, as long as your consulting practice is scientifically based, because this is the challenge of consulting. Consulting, you need to have enough wit as a consultant to tell your client what they should know, not what they like to know. And in order to do that, you need to have a scientific grounding. You have to have a solid methodology. So to my sense, applied research and scientific consulting, they are the same. The second question. Definitely, well, if publishing is adding something to science, I already published several. Did I come up with any new ideas that are really novel? I'm working on them. Yes. Well, the theory of complacency, that's the impact of the performance of the part on the whole. A generic mechanism of socially responsible decision making, whatever the culture is. These are two of the theories I'm presently working on. One of them is already published. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful speech on global performance and the public knowledge of science. Our fourth keynote speaker is Dr. Aruzu Harraf, Associate Professor of Management Sciences, Head of School of Business Studies at Box Hill College, Kuwait. She will deliver her speech entitled Navigating the AI Age, the New Paradigms of Leadership with Impact. She's an experienced educator. Dr. Aruzu Harraf holds a PhD in Technology Management and Human Resource Training and Development. She serves as the head of the Department of Business Studies at Box Hill College, Kuwait. In this capacity, she helps organizations use strategy, science, and psychology to address workforce challenges such as low performance, productivity, turnover, and retention issues. I invite Dr. Aruzu Harraf virtually online as she delivers her speech on navigating the AI age.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues. It is an honor to join you today remotely at the International Conference of Business and Innovative Technologies at the University College of Bahrain. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards the organizers of this conference, as well as the technologies that has made this, me joining you possible today. I just want to make sure that people can see me. I'm not sure if that's possible. Okay, so today we stand on the brink of a transformative era, driven by rapid advancements in artificial intelligence. As we navigate this age of AI, we're witnessing many different paradigms for work, different paradigms for what work means, what education means, and so on. And with that comes different paradigms of leadership, which is characterized by innovative approaches, adaptive strategies, and impactful decision-making. AI is reshaping industries as we know it and redefining the way we live and work. For example, in the financial industry, AI-driven algorithms are optimizing trading strategies, are enhancing risk management, are improving fraud detection, and helping lay people join financial industry that maybe before they weren't able to do that. Likewise, in healthcare, AI is revolutionizing diagnostic treatment, in its treatment planning, patient care, and more importantly, and maybe something closer to what we do, in education, AI-powered tools are personalizing learning experiences, providing unprecedented access to knowledge, and at the same time, pressing important issues. How should we reshape education? Can we still rely on old models of education? How do we lead educational institutions to not only embrace this change, to cultivate students for this change, but how do we also adapt ourselves so that we are ahead of we're ahead of the curve within the changes that are coming? According to McKinsey, AI can potentially deliver additional $13 trillion by 2030 to the global GDP, which is a growth of 1.2% annually. One of the most significant traits that comes with this, we're seeing it's the integration of AI with other emerging technologies, such as blockchain, the Internet of Things, and big data analytics. The convergence is creating new opportunities for innovation and efficiency. For example, blockchain's decentralized nature combined with analytic powers of AI is enhancing transparency and security in various transactions. McKinsey and Harvard Business Review highlight that combination of AI and Internet of Things and predict maintenance, potentially reducing maintenance cost and investment cost and cost of fraud by about 50% in less than 10 years. In addition to these trends, however, we're witnessing the rise of AI-powered automation in various sectors, from smart factories utilizing AI to optimize production processes, to AI-driven customer platforms providing real support. Automation is becoming a critical component of business. However, while these advancements are great and they hold a great potential, there are some challenges that accompany them. And these challenges are first and foremost faced by leaders who must navigate them carefully, who must not only learn in real time, but respond in real time and, inspire others, make sure that they understand and also navigate these changes in an efficient format. One of the primary challenges is the ethical implications of AI. Issues such as data privacy, algorithmic bias, and the potential for job displacement are pressing concerns that require thoughtful and proactive solutions, which will require academics and industry leaders to come together and, proactively and effectively decide how to address these. Leaders must ensure that AI systems are developed and deployed responsibly with transparency and accountability, and perhaps through, governing bodies that will ensure that these patterns are happening successfully. For instance, a bank utilizing AI for approvals must ensure the algorithm does not discriminate against any group of applicants. Another challenge is the need for upskilling and reskilling the workforce. As AI continues to automate routine tasks, there is an increasingly demand for skills in AI development, analytics, and literacy. Different reports show that by 2030, as many as 375 million workers globally may need to switch occupational categories as a result of AI. Leaders must definitely take this into consideration for their organizations, for thinking and, to be able to better accommodate their organizations and adaptation to AI by utilizing their current organizational know-how into different areas through upskilling and reskilling, so that they, instead of losing what they have because of AI, they can reincorporate what AI can't replicate, which is emotional intelligence, organizational experience, and know-how, and transform this into forms that can work with AI through upskilling and reskilling. So to successfully navigate these challenges, leaders should also develop their own skill sets and adapt to certain categories. Firstly, leaders need to cultivate a deep understanding of AI technologies and their potential impact on their industries. They need to understand in which ways AI is impacting their industries, their organizations, their workforce, and their entire work outcomes. And through this, then they can definitely strategically and by, in very informed way, decide how to upskill their workforce, how to redesign work, how to, rethink their outcomes and their industries. This involves staying informed about latest advancement in AI and related fields, attending conferences, engaging in continuous education, and collaborating with experts and experts in this endeavor. For example, a CEO in a retail industry might invest time understanding how AI can enhance supply chain management and customer personalization, and then be able to bring that to work. The more you're aware of happening, the more likely you are to make impactful decisions that will be productive for yourself and for the organization. The second thing that leaders can develop are ethical frameworks in decision making. This includes being proactive in addressing issues such as data privacy, fairness, accountability, that you can implement and advocate for ethical guidelines within organizations, ensuring that AI is used responsibly and for the greater good, and to understand what are the potential harms that can come about as a result of the tools you use through AI within your organization, and how to address those, and how to make sure that they're included in your risk mitigation because you've thought through them. So those are, those are definitely, some of the things that they can, they can look at. Leaders must also foster a culture of innovation and agility within their organization. As we can see, since the advent of internet and the World Wide Web and so on, things have been moving rapidly and changes happen rapidly. But with AI, and within this few years, things are uber fast and everything is happening at a much faster speed. And it is very pressing upon leaders that they develop that culture of innovation and agility within their organizations. This means encouraging experimentation, embracing a culture of failure and learning opportunity, allowing your workforce to learn. Again, these are navigated territories, and we need to put some buffer zones within our organization so that the people that work with us are able to maneuver and see what works for us. And that comes within, the culture of experimentation, allowing your workforce to, to experiment. And if it didn't succeed the first time, having that buffer to accept that and use it as a learning opportunity, and being open to new ideas and approaches. By creating this environment that supports innovation, leaders can ensure that their organizations remain competitive and responsive to changes in the AI landscape. For example, a tech company might create an innovation lab where employees can test AI application without the fear of failure. Another area that leaders should focus on is building a diverse and it is inclusivity doesn't mean just you have people that that is the forefront, but it also means that different levels of expertise and from different fields. Leaders, diversity in perspective and experience is very, very crucial to driving innovation and addressing complex challenges. These challenges will involve many different stakeholders, and it is incumbent to get as many points of views and processes as you can in addressing, defining these challenges, and forging the path forward and mitigating risks that come with it. And leaders must prioritize the diversity in hiring, make sure that there are different levels of diversity present, and making sure that you have a culture that actually accepts different ways of thinking. What happens a lot of times is there is a very vast and diverse workforce, but not everyone is integrated into the system. So one of the paramount success factors for leaders in this digital era is ensuring that the culture of inclusivity is as such that people can come in and they can also contribute. So they're not just there, but they're there to make a difference, and through them you can make an impact. Leaders can also make sure that there is equitable upskilling and reskilling in their workforce. And what do we mean that's equitable? It means that everyone within the organization has access to. There aren't just a group of people that maybe they're high performers and they can be upskilled or reskilled. It is really important to keep in mind that all the individuals within the organization have a level of knowledge within the organization, that when they do depart, they take that with them. So it is important to provide that upskilling and reskilling for future skills that the organization needs, your industry needs, and the company needs, to consider those within your organization first, because that allows you to both be efficient and also, effective, because these people already the organization, and they can make contributions perhaps on a greater level. And finally, leaders must be agile. They should use agile methodologies to respond to challenges and changes in the AI landscape. This means being prepared to pivot strategies as new technologies and trends resume. Being able to do things that perhaps it's outside of our comfort zone. And, perhaps it's something that we haven't done so far. What done worked, but, in the new era, that will not be the case. So if leaders are investing in their own development, I always recommend, to invest in agility, and, creativity, because you might want to, you actually would have to rely on it. Leaders should implement practices within their teams, promote flexibility and adaptability throughout the organization. For example, a startup might use project management techniques to quickly adapt to AI products or market feedback. But this is just one example. This could be done throughout the organization, but it starts at the helm. In conclusion, navigating the age of AI requires visionary leadership, one that oversees and sets the tone from above, from the top, and it ensures that they have provided a culture within organization that understands change, understands that everyone else is going through these changes and is challenging for them. Having a robust change management strategy, having a robust training and development strategies, and creating that culture of acceptance of trial and error for a little bit till we figure this out on a larger scale. Ensuring that opportunities are there, ensuring that we highlight the opportunities, ensuring that, the fear of the unknown, it's not present in us adopting great technologies, but at the same time, we're cognizant and aware of the challenges that arise from these and how to address them, understanding that people are worried that AI will take their jobs, and understanding that effective communication and where people stand and what should they expect as we navigate these changes are paramount in successful leadership. I believe AI holds a great opportunity as we move forward in this field, and I think the challenges through great and leadership is possible for these challenges to be addressed, and through effective leadership, organizations can definitely benefit and utilize their current workforce to upskill and reskill and move forward in a much more dynamic and efficient way. Once again, I would like to thank you for the conference organizers and all right, for the opportunity to share these insights. I look forward to future discussions and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahra, for your very interesting speech on navigating AI.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Our final keynote speaker is Dr. Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Chief of Requests and Investigations from the Ministry of Interior. He will deliver his speech entitled The Role of E-Readiness in the Digital Era Crisis Management and Strategic Flexibility. Dr. Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al Khalifa is a seasoned professional in a crisis and strategy management with extensive experience in leadership and advisory roles across diverse industries. I welcome to the stage Dr. Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad Al Khalifa.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولاً مساكم الله بالخير. I'm going to be talking about my latest research paper on crisis management in the digital age. Bismillah. Today we find ourselves amidst a digital revolution that has transformed the way we live, work, and communicate. In this era of rapid technological advancement, the concept of e-readiness has emerged as a critical determinant of success, particularly in the realm of crisis management and strategic flexibility. The Kingdom of Bahrain, as a nation, at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, embodies the significance of electronic readiness in navigating the challenges and opportunities presented by the digital era. E-readiness encompasses the technological infrastructure, human capital development, regulatory framework, and overall readiness of an economy to embrace and leverage digital, technological, effectively in times of crises, whether it be a global pandemic, economic downturn, or geopolitical instability. The role of e-readiness becomes paramount. Let's take COVID-19 as an example where the entire world witnessed how the Kingdom of Bahrain, pioneered under an astounding leader, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Deputy Supreme Commander, Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, put the Kingdom of Bahrain on the map as one of the only countries which didn't go into lockdown. We were electronically ready by having e-government applications such as Be Aware that monitored all COVID data and vaccinations, a war room to connect all ministries and authorities together, working together and speaking the same language, which, might I add, was set up before the first COVID case ever showed up in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We took crisis management to the next level. I myself am very proud of all those achievements by using human capital and teamwork as the backbone of it all. The Kingdom of Bahrain is a digitally ready nation that is equipped to swiftly adapt to changing circumstances, maintain essential services through remote means, and facilitate seamless communications and collaborations across all sectors. Moreover, e-readiness empowers organizations and individuals by the use of strategic flexibility. It enables businesses to pivot their operations, explore new markets, and innovate products and services to meet evolving customer demand. For the Kingdom of Bahrain, strategic flexibility facilitated by electronic readiness is not just a response to crises, but a proactive approach to stay ahead in a competitive global landscape. However, achieving and sustaining e-readiness requires concentrated efforts from all stakeholders. It demands investment in digital infrastructure, continuous upskilling and reskilling of the workforce, fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, and crafting agile regulatory frameworks that encourage digital adoption while safeguarding privacy and security. As we look towards the future, the Kingdom of Bahrain stands poised to harness the full potential of e-readiness in driving economic growth, fostering social inclusion, and building a resilient nation capable of overcoming any challenge. Let us embrace the opportunities that the digital era presents, leverage our e-readiness strengths, and chart a course towards a prosperous and sustainable future for everyone. The role of e-readiness in the digital era, crisis management and strategic flexibility. So let's look into crisis electronic readiness. Electronic readiness refers to how a country is prepared electronically to take advantage and it's crucial for success as it affects things like e-commerce, e-learning, and efficient communication methods. We have crisis management, which is how digitally ready we are in protecting an organization's reputation by proactive planning while using digital tools and to scope how much it might affect the organization. So crisis management has 3 stages: pre, during, and post. So it's pre-crisis, during the crisis, and after the crisis. Next up, we have strategic flexibility. In the digital age, strategic flexibility is the ability for a business to adapt strategically, quickly, to keep up with rapid changes in technology, markets, and customer needs. It's comparable to having a strong foundation of a building. If you have a strong foundation, the building will last you a long time. Next up, we have the research aim. So the research aims to explore how adaptable government planning, which is strategic flexibility, affects crisis response in Bahrain, and how well developed the digital infrastructure is. The research questions that I'm going to be facing is, first up, we have crisis response capabilities. Can Bahrain effectively manage unexpected challenges? The second one is strategic flexibility. Does Bahrain adapt its plans based on the situation? And electronic readiness. Does technology use influence how Bahrain handles crises? First up, we have the research contribution. So, crisis response. The study will assess how effectively Bahrain authorities respond to crises. This includes factors like identifying early warning signals, containing the situation, and facilitating recovery. Strategic flexibility is to analyze whether the authorities demonstrate adaptability in their approach to crisis management. This might involve adjusting resource allocation, communication strategies, or decision-making processes based on the specific situation. Electronic readiness as a moderating variable. The research will investigate the role of electronic readiness, which refers to a country's infrastructure and capabilities for utilizing technology in crisis situations. It will explain how electronic readiness impacts the effectiveness of the authorities' response and their ability to be strategically flexible. Now we have the literature gap. I'll just give you some short notes on them. We have the limited generalizability, which is the current research seems focused on the specific cases of the Kingdom of Bahrain. This limits the generalizability of the findings to other countries with potentially different political structure, technological landscape, and cultural context. The need for comparative study. The comparative study across various countries could reveal how factors like national development levels, existing in governance structures, and the citizen expectation influences the interplay between these three concepts. Exploring specific crises. The research may not deliver to how strategic flexibility and electronic readiness impact responses to different types of crises, natural disasters, cyber attacks, social unrest, examining these nuisances could offer more targeted recommendations for the government preparedness. Expanding the geographical scope. Studying these concepts in a wider range of countries to enhance generalizability. Conducting comparative analysis. Identifying factors that influence how strategic flexibility, crisis management, and e-readiness interact across different contexts. Investigating specific crises, exploring how these concepts influence preparedness and responses to various crisis scenarios by addressing these limitations. In conclusion, the increasingly dynamic business environment necessitates a stronger link between strategic flexibility and crisis management for government authorities. The evolving business landscape and operational environment have necessitated a stronger connection between strategic flexibility and crisis management for government authorities in this literature review. Next is the implications. we have enhanced resilience. By proactively linking strategic flexibility and crisis management, governments can better anticipate and respond to potential disruptions, minimizing their impact. Improved efficiency. Integrating these processes allows for the allocation of resources towards both long-term goals and immediate crisis response, maximizing their effectiveness. The focus on e-readiness. The rapid pace of technological advancement underlines the importance of government electronic readiness in managing crises. Governments need to invest in digital infrastructure and capabilities to effectively address emerging threats. The implementation challenges is integrating these two complex functions by challenging and it will be challenging and requiring significant changes in organizational structures and workflow. Varying flexibility. The success of this approach will depend on the flexibility of individual governments to adapt to these changes. Data dependency. Effective crisis management relies on real-time data and communication. Data security and accessibility will be crucial factors. Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Pierre, please.
Very interesting research, very interesting subject. Why do you care about generalizability? You don't have to care about generalizability. For me, I'll give you the answer of one of the leaders in an international company. If you have generalizable research that applies for 95% of the cases, so statistically significant everything, it says nothing about my company. My company might be in the 5%. So why? Interesting research, publishable research, does not need to be generalizable. It needs to be meaningful, and this is meaningful research. To my sense, what you mentioned, comparative research, doing the same in two different countries will reveal much more practical, applicable, and generalizable knowledge than doing some looking for elusive generalizability. This is one. Two, if you apply the same methodology that is applied in several cases, even if the subject is different, you can claim of generic knowledge. So generalizability and generism are not the same. They're similar. Generic means the principles are the same, but the context is different, which is more interesting than generalizability. Okay, so this is my first point. My second point, there's a body of literature developing right now about improvisation. So improvisation, it's planning and executing at the same time. This is a new body of literature that is developing, and it might be very interesting in your case. Why? I give the example of France in one of the big administrations. During the COVID era, and in France, they had to close everything. There was confinement 100%. With 15% of the workforce in this administration, they were able to complete 60% of the workload. When they gave them the possibility to improvise. Does it apply to Bahrain? The improvisation, definitely the context is different, the security context is different, the political environment is different, but it's important to look at the potential of productivity or the slack that could be transformed into performance if you give more leeway at the local level. I'm talking about the public administration. And thank you very much. Looking forward to read further from your research.
Well, I was looking for a few questions. questions, but thank you very much, Dr. Pierre. Thank you very much. That was quite a speech from you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pierre. Dr. Pierre, I will take that into consideration on my research. I will look into it, and I'd like to sit with you and see more about the implication factors of that study as well. That would be great. We will have a good think tank to work with.
Excellent. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? Please.
Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed. Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed.
Oh.
This wonderful presentation and insights which you started with, like Bahrain COVID time, how they have managed the situation. So that's the question. So the first slide and the last slide, and that implementation challenges which you mentioned in your limitations, is it really applicable for Bahrain?
Thank you, Dr. Nandita, for the question. I actually finished my PhD. I handed in my PhD after the first case of COVID. So I wasn't lucky enough to write about it, but I started writing about it recently. It was a good challenge. I was working with several others and creating a crisis management manual for the Kingdom of Bahrain. So we looked into it. It was an amazing team effort, and I'm going to write more about COVID-19 and different types of pandemics as well, and ways to manage different types of crises as well. I look forward for you to read it. And Dr. Nandita was one of my teachers a few years ago.
Thank you so much, Sheikh. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Here's a question there.
Thank you, Sheikh Ali, for sharing your research, and Sheikh Muhammad, sorry, for sharing your research. And I'd like to also mention that Dr. Nandita is my supervisor in the same college, so we both have admiration for this academician. My question is, in this time of what seems to be an epidemic of a different nature, artificial intelligence is on every tongue. And the more I research it, the more I see that the danger, the sense of danger, and the risk that's being posed on us as academicians, as parents, as students. So part of the e-readiness, I just wonder if there's any literature, any research done to assess how ready Bahrain is, or the Gulf, for AI, for generative AI in general. I don't know if there's any research on that front. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm actually looking into doing different types of research in artificial intelligence and crisis management as well, but trying to measure crises while using artificial intelligence is quite difficult nowadays, because you need to put different types of language methods in AI so it can achieve, it can get you answers. But trying to use artificial intelligence and crisis management are two things I'm looking into now. I'm looking into that for a study. So I don't mind working with you on it, and Dr. Nandita as well. need to look into that a bit more. We need to have a deep dive on that as well. But that's a good subject to look into. There isn't. There isn't. There isn't. We should look into it. Should look into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting topic on the role of e-readiness in the digital area, crisis management, strategic flexibility. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the panel discussion with a very interesting topic on digital transformation, strategies for success in the era of innovative technologies. This panel discussion will be chaired by Dr. George Al-Rahbani, and now I will hand over this session to Dr. George. Just in time to prepare the setup, and we'll be getting started. Yes, we'll be getting the chairs. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would like to ask, first of all, our panelists, once all the chairs are here, can you please start having your places? Perfect. Okay. The last one, the fifth one, can you put it just a little bit twisted? Because it will be me so that I can talk to them. All right? Yeah, have a seat, please. Okay. Right. Nice to have you. Just here and twist it, please. Just that's it. No problem. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, a little bit like this. That's it. Thank you. If you want to put it, no problem. Can you pass? Thank you. That's too much for me. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, excuse us, we'll be seated. Thanks a lot for the audience. I know that perhaps we're preparing ourselves for the lunch, but we will have something else. We're gonna give you a lovely panel. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished panelists, welcome to today's panel discussion on digital transformation, strategies for success in the era of innovation technologies. My name is Dr. George Al-Rahbani. I'm an assistant professor at the University College of Bahrain, and I'm delighted to be your moderator for this insightful session. We are living in a time where digital transformation is not just a buzzword, but a crucial strategy for business thrive and remaining competitive. The integration of innovation technologies like AI, blockchain, and cloud computing is reshaping industries, driving efficiencies, and opening new avenues for growth. However, with these advancements come challenges and complexities that organizations must navigate to achieve successful digital transformation. Today we are joined by a panel of experts who have vast experience and knowledge in this domain. They will share their insights, strategies, and real-world examples to help us understand the critical elements of digital transformation and how to leverage innovative technologies effectively. I would like you, first of all, to welcome our panelists. I'm just going to start by Dr. Mu'taz. He's from PwC Middle East Consulting Manager. We have Dr. Nariman. She's the founder and the CEO of the Center for Learning, Innovation, and Customized Solution Knowledge. We have Sheikh Abdullah Al Khalifa, Chief Communications and Investor Relations Officer. Last but not least, Mr. Muhammad, Director of Careers and Professional Standard Skills from Tamkeen, Bahrain. Thank you all, and lucky to have you. If possible, to start with the first round of questions, Dr. Nariman, you'll be the first. Integrating new technologies often requires a shift in organization culture. And we've been talking and hearing since the morning about culture. Higher education institutions are often seen as slow to change. I don't know if you agree with that or no. How important is culture change in the digital transformation journey within higher education? And what strategies can educational leaders employ to foster a digital-first mindset among faculty, staff, and students?
I think this is a very complex question, but I would say that it is true that over decades, the higher education sector has always been labeled to be slow to change comparing to other industries. And I think there's many reasons for that. If we look at the nature of the complexity of the higher education sector, the complexity of its functions, the way it's governed, the very often conflicting multiple priorities that can be contradicting. We expect higher education to do everything. We want them to do research and innovation. We want them to do sustainability. We want them to be ranked. We want them to do so many things. So it is another challenge. And then in some parts of the world, the higher education sector is very highly regulated, sometimes affecting and impacting the autonomy of the institution and those its ability to be creative and responsive and agile to developments. And I think what happened, if there's anything positive that has happened from COVID, and I wouldn't say there's anything positive, is that despite all that has been said, the higher education sector and the education sector generally has shown to be very agile and responsive. Despite that, yes, we will all say that we transferred immediately to online learning in no time with different levels of maturity. I'm not going to say it was perfect for everyone, but I think that we have proved that we are able to change and we are able to transform the way we think. But and we've also learned two lessons. We've learned, I think, that changing culture is a prerequisite for digital transformation into our sector. We need to engage stakeholders. We need to involve people. And we've also realized that we need to adapt to a digital world, whether we're pro-technology, pro-AI, against data, obviously being cautious. So as leaders of higher education, because changing culture is not easy, and very often we don't change culture by wanting to directly change it, because culture affects beliefs and values of people. We change culture indirectly by looking at all the casual factors that shape and influence the culture of an organization. So as leaders, if I had to summarize it very quickly, I would say that having a clear vision that is well communicated across the institution, that describes the benefits and the impact of digital transformation is an important element. Commitment from leadership, that to walk the talk, and show their commitment, their support, their agility to change, supporting with resources, supporting with empowerment, with many other things. Having systems that are supportive, enabling policies, because policies could hinder sometimes, your digital transformation, especially again.
All the time.
All the time, exactly. And we're not talking only about internal policies, because we're also very highly regulated. And then I think there are other elements which are as important for leaders to consider, things related to structures, having structures that and people who are qualified to actually plan, implement, and evaluate the impact of technology. We don't want to invest in digital transformation for the sake of doing it. We need to really be cautious with that, because we can be driven away from our purpose as institutions. And I think that enabling and fostering a culture of continuous learning, and I think our speaker from Kuwait has mentioned this issue of having a culture that there's going to be a try and fail, and we have to be open that, you know, things that work in different contexts would work differently. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this answer. I really appreciate your feedback and answer. Moving on to Sheikh Abdullah. I'm going to talk to you as a professional because you are a professional in your field. When I was preparing for the panel, I want to say that I wanted to ask him I didn't want to ask him any question, but surely digital transformation, you've lived it since the beginning. Digital transformation can mean different things to different organizations. How would you define digital transformation in the context of your industry? Because I know you are in telecom, and telecom, you know, when it started in our countries, whether in Gulf, in Bahrain, or in all the countries, it was something. It was like a move, you know, for the next generations. And what are the key components that make it successful, Sheikh?
So thank you very much for this question, and you're right. It's not just our industry, by the way. I think it's across all industries. Let me start by saying that there is only one thing that is constant in our lives, and we know this for a fact, but we don't know, or we don't usually acknowledge it. And the constant is that the one constant is change. And as long as we acknowledge that fact and that we live in an environment of change, we need to all have to proactively look at what we need to do next. In our way of looking at it, at least in the technology telecoms field, it's even more dynamic and more emphasized on what digital transformation is. It's not a project. There is no start date and end date. There is no predefined aspect of what it means to do and to digitally transform. You know, and it's not about, and this is very, you know, important, it's not about reorganizing the corporate, having a working title, you know, Chief Digital Officer, having a committee. It's not about that. It's mostly about execution. And honestly, you can't get that execution done without having that buy-in from the leadership. You know, once you have that buy-in and that acceptance and that go-ahead, that green light from the top, you're essentially telling the entire organization that this is the way forward. And there is no way around it. You can't go back, you can't go left or right. You need to step on it and move. If you don't, and it's very clear, if you don't step on, you know, looking at digital transformation as a serious mandate that you need to embark on, we have this concept of being irrelevant, or you're becoming a static operation that is going to be forgotten, you know. And so, from our way of looking at it, you know, digital transformation is a must. There needs to be a buy-in from the top. And of course, one of the most important aspects of enabling digital transformation to happen in the execution phase is having an organization that is having this kind of growth mindset, a mindset that is ever evolving, ever learning, ever changing. It's a must, because, you know, the last thing you want to see or be with in an organization that is, you know, going into a digital transformation, you know, phase or a period in their lifetime, is you work with people that have a fixed mindset. And honestly, they're very easy to find. I mean, you can sense if somebody has a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. And we also believe on the concept of lifelong learning. This is something that is everywhere that we see today. So again, you know, the way we look at it, it's digital transformation is you know, what it is for each company and each organization. But it's one thing for sure. It's the acceptance to go on and to change and continue changing and transforming without even looking at others. You need to look forward, and you know what's coming up and what can come up, and you change it. Maybe a small example, we at Zain Bahrain, we started the I want to say the aggressive journey of transformation, but the levers of change went in overdrive, as they say, back in 2016, when we started developing everything, and all the processes have been not only digitized, but the entire process journey of applying for a line or subscribing or working with the customer care. We had the vision of saying, no, this has to be all done digitally. And now, of course, we live in an environment where if you interact with our organization, more than 95% of the communication that we have with our customer base is done digitally right now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Sheikh, for such also an exhaustive and very important answer. Moving on to Mr. Muhammad, also from Tamkeen. I mean, your support, your organization is all over the place. When I came to Bahrain, everyone was explaining to me how lucky are the people living in Bahrain to get the support. And also, I think this topic is very important, I mean, digitalization. And my question to you, how can businesses, because you have a huge experience with that, leverage digital technologies to enhance workforce productivity and efficiency? And how can governments, because again, you are representing them sometimes, or working with them, and educational institutions collaborate with industries to create a future-ready workforce, like us, like our university? How can we collaborate through Tamkeen to be around in the job you do?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much for the intro, and it's a privilege for me to be here with you, just sharing with you some insights that definitely gonna enrich, the conference and the all the ideas, the great ideas that we're hearing. Actually, in Tamkeen, we're a funding agency where we support, let's say, two lines of businesses. One is the human capital development and the investment in people initiatives that can help us, supply the economy with the talent that is competitive. And why? Because Bahrainis are the employees of choice, or we're trying to make Bahrainis the employees of choice. Another aspect is also to support the SMEs, the startups, the disruptors, let's say, and supporting the same agenda. We've been working on this since establishment through the various support schemes that we offer. Either they are projects on the shelf, programs that can help us collaborate, engage, and provide the solutions required. In 2021, it's a pivotal year for us. I've been busy with the setup of Skills Bahrain. Skills Bahrain is an agency, to-be agency, inshallah, incubated within Tamkeen, that can help the supply side organizations, universities, capacity builders, etc., and also working hands in hands with the employers in order to bridge this classical gap. It's a future of jobs agenda that can help us, first of all, understand the requirements of each and every sector in Bahrain, translating the vision of the leadership, and trying to provide those important tools in a systemized manner. We recently launched 4 reports: the financial services report, the telecom report, the energy, the manufacturing, and we're also going to establish on a monthly basis 2 reports per month. It's an employer-led initiative that research the needs of these skills with the right benchmark, let's say. Our benchmarks are the WEF, other countries that can help us build this kind of dynamics in a more systemized way, as I said. Talking about, like, for example, the technology and its impact, it's a pivotal line in the research itself. Like, for example, what's the impact of AI, blockchain, etc. on the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow? And we come up with a formula that can help us help Tamkeen as well and investing in the human capital with higher impact. The occupational standards, that's a classical thing that we always hear about. The career pathways, it's all there. It's going to be provided in a platform called the ESP, This ESP can help us monitor whatever sector, whatever economic activities using machine learning, AI, and we've been working on this since 2016, which will be launched very soon, inshallah. We're busy with the infrastructure investment, of course, providing the infrastructure was the hardest part of it. Extracting the data, analyzing the data, and coming up with those use cases that can help us partner up with the employers. For example, talking about the telecom sector, the telecom is changing, and it's mentioned in the report. The impact of change on the telecom is kind of working with the startups who are changing the status quo, let's say. So how can we partner up with the employer in this journey, this important journey, by providing those information and also providing those pathways on the ground? So in general, it's an upskilling, reskilling agenda. So the use cases are multiple of Skills Bahrain reports. Upskilling, reskilling is one of the important agendas. Coming up with the occupational standards is another important agenda. And also working with the policymakers in order to provide the right policies that can help us do the setup of the ecosystem that can provide the culture that is more open into innovation. And those occupational standards are not classical. We're not focusing on the technical skills, we're focusing on the behavioral skills. So analytical thinking, problem solving. So we are aligning even with the BQA system in order for us to align with the complex environment that can help us improve, inform the upskilling, reskilling agenda in Bahrain.
Nice, thank you. Thank you, very informative. Thanks a lot. And we as a university looking forward to be part of it, perhaps test drive it through the case studies that you're talking about, through our students, we look into that. Thanks a lot. Moving to Dr. Ma'taz. Resistance. I want to talk about resistance with you to change in common challenge in any transformation effort, particularly digital transformation, which can significantly alter work processes and job roles. Based on your expertise, Dr. Ma'taz, what are effective methods for managing this resistance within the workforce? How can leaders use performance management techniques to motivate and engage employees during periods of disruptive change?
Amazing. Thank you for having me, Dr. George. I'm coming from a people industry. I work as workforce transformation at PwC. So it's always about people. Let's see why people be afraid from change. They are going to lose control. They are going to lose positions,
their job,
authorities, their job. AI will take everything. So it's legitimate resistance, let's say. But I will start by how we can mitigate that risk or resistance. First of all, I will borrow from Qatar, establish a sense of urgency. But I'll give you one practical experience that I have was one of the leaders. I call it the 1 minute chuck. I was working as an independent advisor for one of the leaders in real estate. He called for a meeting. We come into the room, stand up. He delivered a 30-second speech. Guys, we are going into a change. You are with us or no? Thank you. And he left the room. So I call it the 1 minute chuck, or in more fancy word, after the fact leadership. So I love that terminology. So we need to create that sense of urgency that the change is unavoidable. We are going to change. We are going into that digital transformation. This is first. Second, if you allow me to engage the audience, Dr. George. Go ahead. Guys, if I give you a tool or a method that will increase your likelihood to succeed in your transformation 3 times, would you take it? Would you take it? 3 times the likelihood. Would you take it, Dr. George? Yes. As per McKinsey, if you have a clear communication strategy, 8 times, not 3, 8 times your likelihood to succeed. Only clear communication strategy. You need to communicate the change to the people, why we are changing, what in it for them, what in it for me. This is much important. That supported by the people involvement. ProSci, McKinsey, PwC, they reach like 70% of digital strategies and general strategies fail because of buy-in from the employees. So 70% failure rate if you don't involve your employees. So we need to involve the employees from the beginning of the process of the change. We have a digital transformation. We are going to change how we can collaborate through group work, pilot tests, feedback, discussions. And last but not least, we are talking all the day about reskilling and upskilling. You need to encourage, upskill, and promote. So you need to tell me that the AI will not take my job. I'll train you and upskill you to take the advantage of the AI.
To keep you in the job.
Indeed. So we have this collaboration. At PwC, they invested $1 billion in AI. Till now, we have 85% upskilling across all workforce. And yesterday, we just launched or announced we have partnered with OpenAI, 100K of users, and we will be the first resale partner for OpenAI. So this is where companies directly live with the resistance and mitigate them. Regarding the second part of the questions, which is very important, during the change, would traditional performance work? Absolutely not. You cannot have these annual reviews and the traditional objectives, KPIs will never work.
They disrupt you.
Directly. So you need this flexibility. You need, and I would love to call it not performance goals, the learning goals. During change, so I need to learn more, and you need to reward curiosity. You need to reward people because they are asking questions, because they are discovering how we survive. And at the end, I would also have this group, if I can say, group assessments. Since 3 years, I have been in the Global Project Management Forum, where I introduced for the first time what we call team competencies, not individual competencies. During change, you need team assessment and team competencies, never about individuals. So having this in place will help mitigate the risk and mitigate the resistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thanks a lot. Moving to the second batch of questions. Dr. Nariman, come on, getting back to the higher education. I mean, you're stuck with us since you are with us in the same field. With the rapid pace of technological advancement, how can higher education institutions stay ahead of the curve and continuously innovate in their teaching and administrative practices without getting overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new technologies emerging?
Okay, thank you. So again, it's a question with two folds. One is staying up to date with emerging trends that are happening in relation to technology. And the second is not to be overwhelmed. And I'll touch upon probably what my fellow panelists mentioned around having a definition on what digital transformation means in the higher education sector. I run an organization that works with many universities in more than 13 countries. And part of what we do, we help institutions with digital transformation strategies. And when you ask institutions, what do they think digital transformation is? Some of them think it's all about automation, and that's it. Others think it's about offering some of their programs online or hybrid. Other things it's basically, it's about integrating AI and so forth. So I think
that's all about it.
Yeah,
Anything else we don't know?
So there's different perception on what digital transformation means and what it implies. It's not just about buying the technology. There are many, many other elements around the pedagogical implication of integrating technology, the ethical implications, the social implications that often are overlooked. We're mesmerized by a technology, we want to bring it, but we're sometimes sadly short-sighted. So what I would say is to stay ahead of the game is to first of all define what does digital transformation means to us as institution within our context, within our capabilities, within our priorities. And then research around those technologies and see what they can bring to the table, whether it's in terms of student experience, efficiency, whatever is the reason or the motive for you to embrace digital transformation. I also think that the higher education work as part of a bigger ecosystem. So we need to work very closely with technology experts, technology providers, governments, industries, to make sure that actually, we are aware of what's happening. What does the industry want? We are graduating the employers of tomorrow. And we want to, if digital literacy is one of the skills we have to develop, then whether I'm pro AI or against AI doesn't matter, because that's what the industry says they want. So I think these are in terms of making sure, and then I think that we could establish innovation hubs within. We are, at the end of the day, as universities, supposed to be hubs of innovation. Why can't we create hubs of innovation to research educational technologies, to research technology, not just as a tool, but even looking at these pedagogical, social, ethical aspects. In terms of not getting overwhelmed. And this is something we can be very carried away with technology, especially looking at the pace of development. I mean, everybody, every conference I've been to in the last 18 months has been talking about AI. And despite all the challenges and the worries we have, it is still something that is reshaping our sector. So I think that one thing is staying focused and not really wanting to go and jump, as we say, for any technology that comes up, because that can distract you from what you're supposed to do, and that could be a costly exercise. The other thing is working with smart partnerships. Why do we think that we need to do it all on our end? Smart partnerships within the sector, within our institutions, interdisciplinary work across the institution, but also between universities. We talk about open educational resources. We talk, why can't we work together as universities, to share knowledge, to share expertise, and then working with other industries as well. So I think smart partnerships will help us be smarter in the way we address digital transformation. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. I was expecting you to tell me that next time we're going to be dealing as a hologram, for example, instead of you being here. But anyway.
I'll tell you something, Dr. George. I was the vice president of academic affairs for the first online university to be recognized in the UAE, and which started in 2003, before the COVID and before the pandemic. And I'm a believer that online learning has its potential, but it's still not for every discipline and not for everyone.
That's true.
And I'll say there's nothing like meeting in person and
there you go. Let's give her an applause.
And connecting with one another.
That.
You leave this conference making friends and people you relate to. You don't do that, sadly, online sometimes.
I can second that. I'm sure of that. Moving to the second question to Sheikh Abdullah also this time. Cloud computing. It has become the backbone of digital transformation, and we understand this. What are the essential factors that companies should consider, even universities, when transitioning to cloud? That is, what we will lose or what we will gain? And how can we ensure that data is secure, Sheikh? No, this is a big question and it's a big threat. And compliance during this process. I mean, it's a human factor, but also it's a technological factor. So what do you have to give us like a recommendation?
So on the first question, it just happens to be a great example, which is at UCB, at the university. Back in 2013, at that point in time, I was at the university. And I remember looking at the university in terms of its IT infrastructure. And it was a traditional setup. It was, hosted Exchange. Everything was hosted in our servers at the campus. And it was very much a traditional setup. And in those days, being watchful of what's going on around the world with cloud computing in those days, I thought to myself, maybe we need to make a move. Even then, in those days back in Bahrain, none of the IT vendors were talking about cloud computing at the time, surprisingly. And whenever I reached out to Microsoft or Google, they gave me partners in the UAE and Oman. Actually, we worked with an entity in Oman at the time. But going back to your first question, or the essence of the question, the readiness and the aspect of going to the cloud, I think it's important that we need to have the right team that will help you in the process, so the partner or a team. We need to identify the data that we're trying to achieve in going online. Of course, you have to understand the cost and benefit factors. It needs to be spelled out very clearly not only to the project owners and the stakeholders, but to the university management as well. And then it needs to happen in a very planned and executed, very systematic manner. And amazingly enough, in a matter of maybe let's say 3 months, we managed to move a large part of the university's data to the cloud. At the time, it was we moved it to Google. They had a great setup for higher education institutions at the time. And we had a great experience going to the cloud. Of course, the one thing that we had to factor in while going to the cloud is the training. And so we wanted to make sure that everybody in the university is accustomed and aware of how to use the applications now that they're on the cloud itself. So that is an experience. I've lived through it. It was a very rewarding experience in terms of learning. Yeah, you need to have that insight and that kind of collaboration, the right partner, the right viewpoint of the benefits, and then you execute it, keep a strict timeline, and you're good to go.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Sheikh, for this. Moving to Mr. Muhammad. How can organizations address the digital skills gap and ensure equal opportunities for employees with diverse backgrounds and skill sets? And how can digital transformation promote sustainability? We've heard a lot about sustainability today, and inclusive growth. And what measures are needed to achieve these goals? Two points.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about the ways of collaboration, there are multiple, to be honest. Like, for example, the partnership between the public sector and the private sector is essential. Without it, of course, you won't be able to, first of all, understand the requirements from employers' perspective, and you will easily lose touch. And when you lose touch, you're out of the game. Other ways from, let's say, higher education perspective or supply perspective is also to maybe invite experts to the institutions for a matter of maybe understanding a technique or a method, or for a collaboration, an ongoing collaboration or a project that can also give the staff, not just the students, the staff and the students, the opportunity to also work together and come up with a use case that possibly disrupt the status quo. Other ways is also making upskilling, reskilling possible in terms of encouragement, and also providing the right content and the right platform that can help people embrace lifelong learning, which is an important aspect of transformation, and also it's going to reflect even on the performance management and the productivity of the organization itself. Yeah. Talking about inclusiveness is of course, like, for example, now telecom, they work with fintech solutions. They're open into entertainment, open into other verticals which are odd to the setup, the classical setup of the organization. This will attract people with different backgrounds. So how can you attract those people? How can you make sure they are integrated into the culture of the organization successfully? And also giving equal opportunities in terms of support required. Let's say you came from a different background, you entered a telecom provider environment, and you're through a change process, you will feel yourself as kind of forgotten or isolated, because the HR practices are still not aligned with the change itself, the recruitment process, like, for example, the performance management.
Are you playing a role here other than us as a university?
Actually, we provided the solutions in our reports. So I encourage you to go through the reports of Skills Bahrain from sector perspective, and we're talking about a different setup requirements. Like, for example, the HR right now, they are not aligned at all in embracing change from the leadership perspective. Why? because they can't manage the process. They can't even change the policies of the organization that can support this kind of change. So we need even different type of caliber that can possibly lead the journey or the project itself in order to have impact or to witness impact, etc. Talking about ESG, like for example, ESG, talking about the the requirements, the new requirements of the financial services. Now it's a kind of compliance requirement. If you can't understand the ESG agenda, you won't be able, first of all, to come up with the right business model that can utilize the opportunities of change available. Talking about collaborative kind of tools that can help people engage in a different way, on a different level, is also equally essential for the success of the organization during the process itself.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Always, I mean, it's a pleasure to talk to you and to listen to you as usual. Moving to the question with Dr. Mu'taz. Performance metrics must evolve as companies undergo digital transformation.
Yeah.
What new performance metrics should be considered from your experience? And how can these metrics be aligned with the strategic objectives to ensure not just operational success, but also, you just mentioned something, long-term sustainability and growth in this digital era?
Yes, definitely. Every single strategy, whether it's digital or other part of strategy, you need to track that growth or achievements. Regarding the workforce, especially workforce or human resources, you have to think about the journey of the change when it comes to performance matrices, starting by the digital literacy levels. So before you tell me you need to do 1, 2, 3, so let's upskill me in order to know how I can do it. So having these matrices that measure the digital literacy levels would be great to see the skill gap between what's currently happening and what needed. Then we can move with the journey to the digital utilization adoption, to see if they are adopting these kind of digital or not, or processes. Then you move to the innovation outcome, because after adopting these technology, you have like the long-term vision to have innovation outcome, whether it's return on features, maybe return on investment, return on features. Then we move to the digital culture index, if I may say. This matter is very important to see the behavior, the organizational behavior, the employees' behavior toward these new technologies. And we'll end up by the sustainability to see if your digital transformation have achieved your long-term goal related to ESG, like decreasing carbon footprint when you use smart technologies, if I may say. Effective in energy consumption when you adopt the technology, or paperless, the least one, paperless environment or whatever. So linking these matrices to the long-term vision, mission, and strategic objectives will give impact. Otherwise, you will be in the operational level and you will stuck in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Are we allowed to have questions from the crowd before we thank our panelists for their contribution? Yes, you have. Okay. Yes, Sheikh Abdullah would like to add something.
It's regarding what you asked earlier about data protection. Yeah. And I think it's a valid question to ask, to be aware of for everyone here concerned, especially now that we're going on a cloud computing and handling data, right?
Which is very delicate.
Very delicate. So in cases of universities, you're dealing with student data. So if no one or anyone is not aware, in Bahrain we have the Data Protection Authority. We have the Data Protection, DPD. It's a Data Protection Authority has been established. We have a data protection law in Bahrain. And it's quite comprehensive. In fact, it's one of the most transparent and more advanced type of policies that we've seen, at least as Zain, and we operate in 7 countries in the Arab region. and when we saw it as an organization, at least, we knew that we need to be prepared. And of course, we've started already creating a strategy internally with regards to handling data, defining the data of customers, having policies and procedures very clear about the safety and protection of data. Especially in these times, as you're all aware, data is, in my opinion, more valuable than gold itself. It makes you or breaks you as an organization. And the cyber threats are ever growing and ever increasing. And we know this very well as a telecom operator. We feel this on a daily basis. And so it's essential, I feel, every organization, no matter any organization, universities as well, need to look at data protection quite seriously, and really put a plan in place, making sure that you have the right policies in place in protecting user data. Yes, of course. Are in Bahrain, yes, of course. AWS is one example. It's in Bahrain, and yes, it is located in Bahrain, yes.
Actually, when we attracted AWS to Bahrain, we came up with the first cloud policy. It was the first move in the region, came out of the government and the leadership of the country. And we supported the upskilling, reskilling of the IT caliber in the government in order to come up with the requirements that can support this move. So it's hosted in Bahrain, and it's ever growing, and we're trying also to support even the adoption of cloud services from SMEs perspective as well. And it's highly subsidized. So when you look at it, it's actually a transformation within SMEs and small organizations with the encouragement of grants and support as well.
First of all, I would like to thank you all, Dr. George, as well as the panelists, for this fruitful session. My question goes to Sheikh Abdullah bin Khaled. In this dynamic digital transformation world, from your perspective, in general, what do you think will be the next surprising era in the pipeline in terms of innovation and technology?
What an incredible question. We're all asking the same question in one way or another. I don't want to focus on the fact that AI is already, there and it's ever changing. But in my opinion, I think we need to think even much more ahead than this, because AI is already here. We're using it. It's changing every day, of course. In my opinion, I feel that going forward, we need to be aware of changes that are happening when it comes to things to do with the way you program and the way you develop technology. Previously, it was all done through closed groups, organizations, and I feel that going forward into this era and into this future, we're going to be living in a moment where we will be embracing the power and ingenuity and the knowledge of the world and we have multiple platforms whereby we can all come together and work on, increasingly important world problems. And we need to be clear on this, whereby, it impacts not just Bahrain, it impacts our region, it impacts the globe as a whole. And so I feel whatever that we are doing in terms of advancement of technology, I feel what will change and make things even more impactful is the kind of the breaking of the barriers of access to knowledge
and the fact that we will be, needing to share and learn from one another, more so than before, more than any time in our history, in my opinion. And so this is something that I feel that there will be increasing amounts of initiative and development on in the future.
Thank you all. For the picture, please.
Now it's working. Now it's working. I don't know what's wrong with it. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our lunch break. We'll be back in 1 hour. Thank you.
Check 1 2 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2 1 2. One speaker enough, no? Where are you? Laptop, where are you using? Where keeping? Here? You cannot change here or there. One place. You cannot change here or there.
Okay, but the
Why
HD
not?
cable.
Sorry?
HD cable.
Yeah, I will bring it.
Yeah, I think we can put it here and we can connect the HD cable. Do you know which network should I connect to? Do you know which network should I connect to?
Network, the conference.
This one, right? نور. هي المفروض
Yeah, you need to charging here.
just in case, yeah. Yeah.
It's okay there.
Okay. هشوف مع حضرتك حاضر دقيقة واحدة. Okay, can we make this one as an extension and instead, because this is, it's too short. If we can get this one, you don't need this one, the one that you are holding. Do you need?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will give no problem.
Okay.
I'll give another one. Good.
Okay.
Too small.
If we can just connect it to that. Okay. Okay.
only presentation. No need to അവിടെ അപ്പുറത്തെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് റെഡി ആക്കിണ്ടോ? അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് റെഡി ആക്കിണ്ടോ? ഹലോ ഇല്ല. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. No, no. ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് 2 ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് 2 6 മണി വരെ ഉണ്ടാവും. You will be here, right? You can be here. See, this is the folder. Inside the folder.
Hello? Yeah, Dr. Rizka, how are you? You know, no, you know which room you are in? Okay. Okay.
This folder, main folder. Inside the morning session all completed. That's finished. Now afternoon session there are this many I received. I all copied here.
Okay.
I don't know which one. So when Eptisam is this one, this lady. So if they are coming and asking for their presentation, only open the presentation.
Okay.
Any other students I don't know because he asked me now maybe another room, but I copied here. If in case any news coming, then you can just ask them to send it to your WhatsApp and you can connect it or somewhere you can copy here.
Okay.
Okay. I will manage that room.
Okay.
Main room. Then other room I don't know who is going to manage. Anyway, we cannot go there all the places.
Okay.
Someone has to manage there. So these 2 laptops, our laptop, we will take care. The third one, let them handle.
Okay.
Okay. So any one of this presentation.
لازم نوقف هني. أحس مو فن. اي يعني حالاته هني يمكن في مايكروفون. في مايكروفون. مايكروفون. يا.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2.
This one only? Maybe for later, but we were just checking if there
Yes,
is.
now close, now close. I keep
This one.
Okay, yeah, I know how to use it. Yeah, thank you so much. Where? زين؟ خلها جايك الثاني.
لا صدق هو قال لي تستخدمي كنا انت يعني
شنو؟
على اساس انه على كل شفتي اللي كمساعده انه يصير فوق
هم تدرين ليش؟ يعني احسهم يبون يخلون اسمهم.
شنو؟
هم ليش بيخلون اسمهم؟ عشان الببليكيشن. لأنه يقول ليش؟ لا 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 يعني إذا بيسوونه بابليك بيسوونه ببلش لازم يكون بتعرفين على الأقل اسم دكتور وكذي أتوقع إنه.
بقول لك مو بس
مو أحسن ده ولا ذاك أحلى؟ أحس ده أفضل.
هذا ايش سويتي؟ طبعا هي احسن. اي زين
ده أوكي. للحين خذي راحتك. شلون؟ Excuse me, what is شنو؟ where is the other room? This is room number 1. Where is
This
room?
is number 3, Al-Ghasl 3.
Yeah.
And you need to go like that there. Al-Ghasl 1 and 2 there.
Yeah, because they said two rooms.
2 rooms. One here, one last. You need
One.
to go there.
Okay, I will check. Because I don't know if I'm here
Okay, check there.
or no.
This Al-Ghasl 3.
Al-Ghazal
3.
3. So there is one and
One is middle.
middle, and there is another one. Okay.
حضرتك عايزة تبص على السلايدز؟
على فوق
لا كده كده هيجيب
قدام.
او بالظبط، وكده حضرتك ترجعي ورا.
ريوس.
وكده عشان من هنا ده البوينتر اللي هو الليزر. لو حضرتك عايزه هايلايت هنا على السكرين هنا يعني.
اوكي.
لو حضرتك عايزه هايلايت زي اوكي
قدام ورا بوينتر. I don't have to use this لا؟
if you want.
No لأن بخلي أوراقي. هذه ثابت لا؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني. Two is here, and we have to move there.
Yes, two is here. He told me like
أخي شلون؟
two is here. In the middle it could be one, and three could be there.
في هناك موجود؟ في موجود لابتوب؟
هناك لا.
وعلينا نفس الشيء.
لان احنا لا هناك مفيش لابتوب.
So not here we are Miss Ibtisam.
No, yeah.
حضرتك تقدري تروحي القاعة مش اللي في النص.
check 1 2 1 2.
لو حضرتك بعتي السلايدز بتاعتك.
انا ما بعتهم.
اوكي حضرتك عندك هتعملي بريزنت.
ايوه عندي برزنتيشن.
طيب اوكي. طب ثانية واحدة.
بدك ابعتهم باي ايميل؟
لا مش
بس مش هلا، انا بعد شي 3 اشهر.
بس عشان حصلت تغيير بس الاماكن. اوكي This one, right?
Yes.
Okay. لا بس اتفضلي مع حضرتك. دكتور روسكي مش في القاعة دي، في القاعة اللي في الآخر خالص. هنا روم 2 اوكي.
بس
can you please come because there is changes in the room. I want to check with you the materials, the PowerPoints. Okay. I'm in the same room, okay? طيب اشوف بس التايتل بتاعت حضرتك اهي دي.
هاي اذا بدك تعمل لها رينيم، ما هلا عملت لها كوبي. حط سوسن او SAN. اوكي
there
بياخد USB
number 3.
اوكي خلاص تمام.
كده خلاص.
اوكي بس هياخد USB.
There is changes in the classes, so we just want to double check that the presentations that are sent for.
انا حطيتها USB.
ايه هكلمك تاني يا هكلمك. لا هنا هكلمك تاني دقيقة.
ضيع وقت.
This belongs to class number 3. Okay.
هتأكد منها. Just to make sure.
Ask them the flash drive. Otherwise, just open any email and tell them.
Okay.
These presentations are these, right?
Yeah.
هيدولي.
هو كده دي
هن بعتونا لهون لأن
اوكي الاسلامك فاينانس
احنا المفروض هنا اللي هنا يبقى سيشن 2 صح كده؟ سيشن 2 تبقى هنا.
دي روم 2.
لا سيشن 2 هي
نرجع تاني. لا اله الا الله.
لحظة سيشن 2 بدك تشوف بس شو مكتوب عليها أي parallel room. هون حاطينهم قبل. لحظة وين؟
هو ده داي 2 ده داي 2 سيشن 3
يعني
parallel room نمبر 2 دي نمبر 2
مزبوط.
يبقى
انت
ده
اذا
session
سيشن 2
3.
يعني انت بالبارالل روم نمبر 1 اللي
رحنا
هونيك
هناك.
مش المين اللي حده.
ما انا عرفت ايوه.
رجعوا قالوا لك تعالى هون. والله هيك ما بعرف.
هي دي بقى المشكله. انا كنت مرتب امور على هناك بعد كده قالوا لي تعالى هنا.
هلا بنشوف.
طيب اوكي اوكي انا ما اديتش لحضرتك دي صح؟
ايه اوكي تمام.
سوري معلش.
ثانك يو.
ثانك يو. Send it on WhatsApp so I can easily download better. Yeah. No, WhatsApp will be much easier.
The presenter.
Hmm?
The presenter.
The presenter.
Here. The first presenter.
Okay.
So her slide, please send to. I don't have the slides.
Okay, if she let her send on my number, I can download it from here.
اوكي دكتور استاذ جلاس سيلينج جلاس سيلينج هي اللي بتكون هنا الحين تقدر تسيبها عليها او اي شيء. حطيتهم على الديسكتوب؟
موجودة.
موجودة اوكي تمام. اوكي شكرا. اخذ الفلاش معلش. أنا عندي بيبر في مكان ثاني بعد. إن شاء الله.
الله يقويك.
إيه يعني إن شاء الله تشوف الحين هاي إحنا عندي هني. تالي بعدين مباشرة أول واحدة.
الله يقويك.
فإذا يصير يقدموني شوي. ما يصير.
مش عارف والله لأن مش إحنا اللي حاطين.
إيه لا يعني قصدي إيه إن شاء الله إنه يكون.
لا إن شاء الله كله يبقى تمام. إن شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا.
العفو. Dr. Rizky. These all slides I received from Deepu, he received only, okay?
Okay, but he didn't.
Okay.
Please don't send anyone, just to correct. This is session 3 here. Look, Dr. Rizky.
Yeah.
So that you don't get them wrong. Eventually, put the names, it's the best thing. You are parallel room 2, session 3 is here. So they need to see themselves. Session 3, Islamic economics. Come, can you see the session 3?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In the session 3, parallel session today, there are 6 presenters in this group. I wish all of you have managed to prepare the slide and send to the operator. Otherwise, you can do it now before we start the sessions. But before we start, I just wanted to make sure everybody is here. We have the first presenter, paper ID 0243, with the paper title Islamic Economy, Concept of Ownership, Capitalism, and Islamic Finance, with the authors Isam Timsani, Muhammad Ashmil, Muhammad Hashim, Munira Al-Balushi, and Osama El Timtami. Yeah, Ms. Munira is here. Welcome, Ms. Munira. The second presenter, paper ID 0202, entitled Empowering Excellence, Islamic Value in South Indian Women Academic Leadership, with Shamili John. I think Shamili should be shifted here, Dr. Rim. She's here? Huh? Oh, okay, she's there. Okay, so Shamili will be shifted to another parallel. Okay. And then paper ID 0341, the recent issues and challenges of operational risk management in the banking industry, systematic literature review by Ms. Ibtisam Abdul Karim. Welcome, Ms. Ibtisam. And paper ID 180, exploring the path from digital financial literacy to QR payment adoption by Maha Shihade. Maha? She's coming? Okay. Next, paper ID 0337, from onboard data to network knowledge. Mawjud? Okay. It's Shawsan Abdul Rahman and Firas Al-Balas. And last paper, Unfeeling the Unseen, a study of women leadership and glass ceiling impact by Layla. Layla is here?
She's out there.
Okay.
Anybody from the authors of the last paper?
Layla, Zain, Malak. The paper title is Unfeeling the Unseen, a study of women leadership and glass ceiling impact of gender bias in Oman's public sector workplace.
So I will be calling her. Khalas, you start. If they do not come, you start. Just whoever is there, just start. No need for the.
Hamid Ali is not here. You can remove Hamid Ali, not here. Yasmina and Maria also not here. Okay, Hamid Ali not here. Okay, Sausan, yes. Islam economic, yes. Glass ceiling, yes.
This EA adaptation is double.
Can you open this without the adaptation? No, I reverted this. Nandita, of course, not here. So remove. It's only 4. Okay. Right, I think almost all of us are here. Welcome on board. Ladies and gentlemen, the respected doctor, professor, I will officially welcome you to the parallel session 3 with the theme of economic and digital finance. So we are in the world of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where the concept of the big data analytic, artificial intelligence, machine learning are encompassing a various aspects in the business and economy, ranging from banking, non-banking, conventional bank, Islamic bank, and it's affect tremendously the way of how we're doing our life, and surely it will affect or drive that economy in the country. So today, I'm more than happy to have a scholarly dialogue with you, with all the respected presenter, with the various topics ranging from economy, public economic, banking management, risk management, and also Islamic economic and finance within the realm of digitalizations. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter, Ms. Munira Al-Balushi, who will present her paper entitled Ethical and Spiritual Dimension of Islamic Economy, Comparative Analysis with Traditional Economy. Please, before we start presentations, you have 10 minutes to present your paper, followed by discussion and Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. What about changing the slide, please? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Munira Ali Al-Balushi. I'm a lecturer and research assistant in Gulf College, Oman. And it's a really nice experience to be here with you today, and a pleasure to present my paper here. So first of all, today I'm going to be presenting on the ethical and spiritual dimensions of Islamic economics. So this presentation basically going to compare Islamic economics with the traditional economics, and we'll explore how Islamic economics will address some modern challenges some modern economic challenges. In this presentation, in this paper, I'm going to outline some unique aspect of Islamic economic. Unlike the traditional economic, Islamic economic focus primarily, Islamic economic integrates spiritual and ethical dimensions. In opposite, like the traditional economic, they focus primarily on the material gain. We will discuss here some key principles of Islamic economic, for example, the prohibition of zakat, the prohibition of riba, the importance of zakat, and the risk-sharing mechanism, and a strong focus on social justice. So what are the key differences of Islamic economic with the traditional economics? Traditional economics often separates ethics from material world, prioritizing profit maximization. And instead, Islamic economic, they prioritize or emphasize the integration of ethical and spiritual dimensions. Islamic economic also aims to ensure that the financial practices align with the spiritual and moral values, promoting overall well-being. So I'm just going fast, so I just can cope up with the 10 minutes you allow me. So first concept we are gonna discuss, which is the prohibition of riba or interest. One of the fundamental principles in Islamic economic is the prohibition of riba or interest. This prohibition stems from the belief that interest is exploitative and can lead to unjust enrichment. Instead, Islamic economic promotes equitable transactions. So historically, interest rates were managed to prevent the excessive debt and speculative bubbles. Then, yes, zakat or the charitable giving. Zakat, or the mandatory charitable giving, it's a cornerstone in Islamic economic. It requires Muslims to give 2.5% from their savings to those who are in need annually. Okay, this practice helps to redistribute wealth and support the less fortunate, fostering economic equity and social justice within the community. Then the risk-sharing principle. Islamic economic or Islamic finance emphasize risk sharing, where both the lender and the borrower will share the risks or the rewards and the risks of an investment. This approach reduces systematic risk and helps to prevent financial crises. Some of the main financial crises that happened lately in the world, which happened in 2008. So by promoting equity-based financing over debt, Islamic economic or Islamic finance encourage more stable and sustainable economic growth. Then there is some focus on social justice. Social justice is a key principle in Islamic economic. It mandates the fair distribution of wealth and resources, discourages hoarding, and promotes ethical economic behavior. This ethical framework ensures that economic activities benefit society as a whole, balancing individual rights with the social responsibilities. Then comparative analysis. Let's compare the perspective of Christianity and Islam on wealth and ownership. Both traditions view God as the ultimate owner and the humans as stewards, while Christianity generally discourages, or let's say, does not encourage to pursue wealth. Islamic economic allows it within some ethical limits. Both religions emphasize social equity and responsible economic freedom guided by moral and religious principles. So this research employs a concept paper methodology grounded in critical literature review and based on secondary data. Addressing modern economic challenges. Islamic economic offers valuable insight for addressing some modern economic challenges. Ethical finance principle can provide solution for financial crisis by promoting sustainable and ethical welfare. Islamic financial instruments such as sukuk, mudaraba, musharaka, these all instruments align the economic Islamic or activities with ethical and moral standards. In conclusion, Islamic economic presents a holistic approach that balances material and spiritual needs. By integrating ethical principles, it offers practical solutions for contemporary economic issues, and I think some very, very major issues that are coming up now in the world can be solved by Islamic economic principles. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Very well done. Thank you, Ms. Munira. And I give a big applause to Munira Al-Balusi for a very interesting and insightful presentation. Personally, it's aligned with my research interests. Actually, before I ask the audience to have a Q&A, I have a few comments as a discussion in this panel that you mentioned the ownerships and comparison between Islam and Christianity.
Yes.
When we talk about the Islamic economy, I feel you know the professor in Durham, Professor Mehmet Astai.
Yes.
He always mentioned there is one element that is missing from the current modern practice of Islamic economy and finance, that is moral.
Yes.
Right. That's why he came up with the idea of that Islamic moral economy, because the current practice of banking and finance and other financial institutions are merely mimicking or replicating what has been done in the conventional part, right? Even if we look at more deep from the philosophical point of view, Islamic economics should promote what you say in your slide, promote justice, equity, and fairness. Yeah. Now, where is that element of moral in your study that it can be integrated, you know, in order to address all of these challenges, typically in a modern financial world?
Actually, it's a very interesting question. So the element of moral, I think, like spreading justice among the community and trying to be like spreading also the equity between all the levels in the community, rich and unrich people, I think it's a kind of conduct of morale.
Social justice. Right.
Yeah, also justice, yeah.
Right. Maybe another thing is like the integration between Islamic commercial finance with Islamic social finance.
Yes.
The integration between these two and allow is the modern Islamic banking finance institutions to achieve their humble objective, to promote equity and justice, and beyond that, maqasid al-sharia. Right, so that is my humble feedback for you, Ms. Munira, and I humbly welcome all the audience, the ladies and gentlemen, if you have any query, yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My question is, are we gonna see more banking around the world adopting Islamic solution for their process?
I think if there is some systems and some research that prove the benefits of these systems or these instruments, and it proves it's like what can we say, successful, that it is going to be successful. There are some evidence that can be witnessed. I think most of the banks gonna, or most of the economics gonna adapt it. I believe that when they see the results. Thank you. Any other questions?
Is there any other questions for the input for Munira?
He's busy.
No, thank you, Ms. Munira.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. Now we turn to the second presenter today, Ms. Islam of Bahrain. She will present the paper, Recent Issues and Challenges of Operational Risk Management in the Banking Industry, a Systematic Literature Review. And after Ms. Islam, we go to the paper titled Unfeeling the Unseen, the study on women leadership and lasting impact and gender bias.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'm going to shed light about a very important topic for everyone today, and that's the operational risk in terms of challenges and in terms of issues that it faces in the banking sector. So let's go through the slide so that we have an overview of this type of risk. So basically, what is operational risk? Why are we so concerned about the operational risk? Why are we having it in this reputable conference? Operational risk basically arises from 4 elements. Internal processes, people. Who are the people? The employees, the staff of the bank. System. That's the theme of our conference today, as well as the external events. What are the external events? Those are basically the natural disasters, things that are beyond our control, things that happens without us being prepared for, like earthquake, hurricanes, floods, something like that. Right. As a banking institution, how are we supposed to tackle this kind of issue? How are we supposed to manage the operational risk management? There are a number of parameters that we have to take into consideration, and that starts from the minute we discover such a thing. Identify, assess, monitor, try to find mitigating tools to remediate it, trying to find like control mechanisms just to kill it out before the catastrophe is going to be so high. So since we are talking about the banking sector, we have to talk about Basel Accrues, which is being issued by a reputable place called Bank for International Settlement. That is based in Switzerland, and it hosts a very important committee which is known in the banking sector, and that's called Basel Committee for Banking Supervision, in addition of financial stability, financial FP, what is it? Right, I just missed out. Right, so Basel, what does it ask for? There are 3 pillars that we have to take into consideration in terms of Basel, which each bank has to implement it. 1, we have to measure our capital adequacy ratio as well as liquidity ratio, in addition of looking after the market discipline, making sure that our supervisory standards are up to the highest highest standards. In terms of Basel IV, we have to look into calculating the risk-weighted assets. Right, next. During our research for this particular paper, we have gone through 4 stages: searching, screening, in terms of eligibility, and extracting the data. Of course, we have used Scopus, which is a very reliable search engine due to the authentic article that we managed to find for the purpose of our research. Right. Also, what was another aim or goal of us in terms of the operational risk? We wanted to really to shed light in the way the banking institutions should be ready in terms of technological aspects of this evolving market. Day by day, technology is growing. Digitalization is going up and down. So banks should be abreast with all these surprises that are coming in the market. So let's go to the next one in order to know what kind of findings or outcome we have come with in terms of this paper. Since we are talking about operational risk, but from technology perspective. So the banking institutions went through a couple of sort of challenges that issues and needed for them to be ready for any kind of unforeseen event. The 3 main issues that were shortlisted out of the wealth of information that was obtained from Scopus was regulatory development, technological sort of innovation, in addition to determinants of operational risk. As a bank, as a regulated bank, as a licensed bank, we come across complex kind of products and services. Not only that, if a bank has a subsidiary or a branch outside its own country, then they will be exposed to complex sort of regulatory aspects in terms of the type of regulation they will be using. So we will be, that financial institution will be affected by different jurisdiction and having to comply with so many complex sort of regulations that they have to adapt. And since our conference is related to technology, so that itself is a bias which they have to look into it. So in terms of regulation, I mean, they have to make sure they address the regulation related to their area and especially to do with the technological innovation. They have to be ready for this kind of future, I mean, this kind of existing and future era that has been evolving in the market nowadays. Fine, I'm a customer. Let's go to the next one, which is the technological sort of innovation. Me as a customer of a bank, I want to have all kind of bank transaction in a very easy way. With a click of a button, while I'm still sitting in my home, mid of the night, I can make a transfer between one bank to another, whilst I'm sitting in my own place, right? But from the banking institutions' perspective, that's a different issue. They have to be so cautious because technology is evolving. We are surrounded with the sophisticated sort of innovative system. Cybersecurity is from one angle. We are exposed to data, privacy, sort of a breach in case we allow intruders to come to our bank and try to have an access to our data. We have third-party risk. That's very dangerous. Vendors, which we allow them to our financial institutions to install sophisticated system for us. They might go into to our customers' information, and they might, try to make like unethical act, trespass their boundaries. So all these kind of, obstacles faces the financial institution, apart from the economical sort of aspects in terms of fluctuation in the market, up and down. Of course, that's a normal thing, but still they need to have a way to overcome all these issues. Cyber is another, that's the main goal of us. us, you know, innovation, fraud can be committed. We might be, we might be exposed to phishing sort of messages. We might be exposed to so many types of innovative sort of leakages or breaches into our banking institution that will harm our institution, and they will like invade our territory and try to cause like disturbances and a lot more. As you can see on the right hand side, these are the new, not the new, these are the existing. This is the trend now. We are surrounded with blockchain, artificial intelligence, clouds, apps that we use as bankers, digital banking, online banking, open banking. So what is needed from us as a financial institution? We have to be so careful. We need to have some sort of like robust compliance frameworks that govern the whole practice in terms of operational risk. We have to take care not to let any kind of intruder invade our area of comfort zone to harm the bank and lead not only towards operational risk but eventually towards reputational risk as well. Operational risk is a big word and I need days and nights to talk about it. So this is basically, a bit of feel of how one could think of in this kind of evolving market. So let's keep our financial institutions safe from the innovation. Still we can have it, but on the other hand, we have to control it well. That's it from my side, and thank you for listening.
Your presentations make it concise and compelling with the latest trend in technology and how it impacts operational risk in management. Any question from the audience, ladies and gentlemen, for the input or suggestion for Ibtisam? Right, maybe I start for myself with Ibtisam. You know, as a professional, as a practitioner in the banking world, that in your slide you mentioning that embracing the technologies like big data, machine learning, right, and artificial intelligence, all of this stuff surely will improve that efficiency and the performance of the banking system. However, at the same time, the banking prone to some risk, like you mentioned, cyber risk, right? One of them, a breach of the data privacy. And can you tell me from your experience in the banking world how the banking institutions can measure or outweigh the benefits of this embracing the new technology in order to compensate the risk that might be arise?
Right, very good question. In fact, we as operational risk experts, we work side by side, shoulder by shoulder with our colleagues who are experts in the cybersecurity side. To begin with, we give awareness session internally to our staff so that we make them so ready for any kind of this kind of risk that they might be exposed to. Because as a layman staff, as a junior staff, or even sometimes the higher staff gets deceived in terms of the way the hackers, the way people who uses technology to deceive us is unbelievable, you know. We have sort of programmed our internal software, hardware, our systems used, thanks to our colleagues, our cybersecurity team, in preventing any kind of unethical or improper message to trespass and enter into our core banking. In fact, they make like phishing campaigns to test us. And I'm secretary to the Operational Risk Management Committee, bank level, of which on a monthly basis we present to the senior management the outcome of that phishing campaign. For example, if so many XYZ percentage where if a huge number did click on that, it means there is like a leakage. There is something. This is something to do with the way they are trained, because they have to identify these things. Not only that, third-party risk, vendors. when we open our core banking to them to provide us with services, we make sure there is like a binding agreement between us and them that they don't, because they are exposed to the customer's data as well as us as a staff data, so they have to be like work genuinely in an environment that they will not breach any kind of data, private data confidentiality, you know, and that will make us penalized by the regulator. So we use a lot of things, a lot of parameters.
Thank you. So, and I completely understand that is before the risk happen. They call it mitigations.
Yeah.
How about if it's happened and how we take an action?
The minute we monitor our systems and our transaction round the clock. We have round the clock staff, especially to do with IT or the information security, information security team. Not only that, they even work from home. They have a sophisticated system, even through their mobiles. They will be able to trigger, due to their expert, I'm talking about bank staff, to trigger what kind of, any unofficial head that has come to the bank, irrespective. Either if they get a notification, for example, from the call center that XYZ customer called saying that his money was gone, sometimes it is, unfortunately, customers voluntarily disclose about their credentials to the fraudsters, because either they are old enough, which they cannot distinguish between a genuine call and an ungenuine call. So we have all sorts of parameters, but still, the more rules we put every day, the more clever the fraudsters becomes. So we have so many tools to govern this whole thing.
Right. That would be great if you can put a story, the thing that you mentioned in your research, that would be added value, Ms. Ibtisam. And from the empirical point of view, I believe that you're in the state of the literature review right now, doing the systematic literature review.
Yeah.
Later on, when you do a data analysis and empirical finding and discussions, one of the points that you mentioned about the technology adoptions, we might consider it as one of the factors as operational risk determinant in Bahrain banking sector.
Sure, by all means.
Yes, so because now we confirm that was been done in the other jurisdiction, and we can consider it in Bahrain model.
Yeah.
That is from my side. Thank you, Ms. Ibtisam.
Thank you.
And now I turn to the third presenter with the paper title Unfeeling the Unseen, a study on the woman leadership and the glass ceiling impact of a gender bias in Oman's public sector workplace. The authors are Layla Al-Halwashi, Zain Al-Khalifa, Malak Ishaq, Zainab Zainaldin, and Alia Al-Yusuf. So please keeping a time of a 10-minute presentations and followed by discussion and Q&A. I just wanted to make sure Mr. Maha Sahedi here and Sausan here, right? Okay. Yes.
Should I start? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Do I need it? Yeah, okay. Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear? Is it fine? Clear? Okay. Our paper today, it is a collaboration work. The title is about unveiling the unseen, how women's leadership and glass ceiling impact gender bias in Oman, specifically in the public sector. The group of who worked on the paper are Dr. Layla Al-Halwachi, and Malak Ishaq, Zain Al-Khalifa, Zainab Zainuddin, and me, Alia Al-Yusuf. So let us skip the agenda, going to the introduction. A global overview. Let us talk about why this topic is important and why do we still in this era talking about the bias and talking about gender bias and talking about the women leadership and how it is important for women to be in the leadership position and in the decision-making position. Actually, nature of life considers both men and women, and there should be balance between both. If this balance is not there, deviation in the road will be there. So it doesn't mean that if one party goes forward before the other, it doesn't mean that it is a cleverness. It is not a battle. It is not terms of who is the winner. It's not who is the first. We are talking about, we want to balance the roles of men and women and give them the same opportunity, and it depends on the skills and other aspects who goes forward. So it doesn't mean that we are against or we are with, it's just there are unseen issues. It is behind the scene, we just want to tackle that, okay? So the significance of addressing gender inequality, leadership is an essential not only for fairness and the right of women, but also for enhancing organization effectiveness. We are concerned about the outcome at the end of the day. It's not a matter of who did this and who did that, who reached to this level as a leadership, who is taking the decision. Are they in the position of decision-making women more than men, or vice versa? The ultimate goal is the effectiveness, the organization, goals, where it is going to. Unfortunately, there are some people who are getting benefit out of this battle, creating these issues so that people just keep thinking about minor issues and forget about the main issue. So this is actually the main goal of our paper today. So the studies shows that institutions with diverse leadership perform better and make more comprehensive decisions. Even in the home, it is very good example. You can't just depend on the decision on the father only or on the mother only. It is both. Each one looks to the issue in a different angle. This will reflect as well in the organization. If we need for the organization to have comprehensive decisions, we should have the chance for both men and women. Now, the question raised here in this paper is, why Omani women? If we want to concern the GCC, why in Oman? Actually, there is a very surprising figures here talking about that in the GCC, very high female labor force, 92% in the public sector. This is out of 2020. It is really surprising figure that I didn't expect as well. So that's why we found as researchers that Oman is a good context to do the study in. So Omani women holds less than 30% of higher grade positions, 50% in the education. And you know that the traditional, we have that most families are encouraging their daughters or the girls in the family to go either in the medicine or in the education sectors, right? So that's why we will find this percentage here is very high. The other reason is that progress versus disparities encounter a glass ceiling, especially at upper management levels. A glass ceiling is not targeting those who are just starting to boom. Actually, those who reach to the leadership position, they will face the glass ceiling and stay as they are, if not going backward because of the harassment that they face there. Oh, sorry, I have to go to the other one. Yeah. I think it should be the slideshow. I don't know. Yeah. Now we go to the literature review. The previous studies talked about women leadership barriers, focusing on the glass ceiling and gender bias. The theoretical framework here is that incongruity theory actually suggests that societal expectations about leadership often align with the traditional masculine traits. So this result is considered to be like a double bind, where assertive women face backlash. Why assertive women face this kind of challenge? Now, ladies in the leadership role were like between two sides, okay? If they are so emotional and they are so like considering the others' conditions and giving excuses, more understanding, they have very the soft skills, they will say, yeah. If there is any decision came wrong, they will say yes because she is a woman and she is always emotional and blah, blah, blah. On the other side, if this lady is in the leadership position, being assertive, they will say, how come she is a lady and becoming so, she is so tough, she is so maybe looking at herself or whatever. She will face many challenges, either being passionate with the employees or being assertive with them. In all cases, women in the leadership position will face these challenges. The impact on opportunities, we will see that women's leadership barriers focusing actually, yes, about these two. And the types of biases, there are two types, conscious and unconscious. Of course, unconscious, which are not recognized, and that's our concern here in this paper. So let us just have a quick look on the definition that says, according to the International Labour Organization, defines the unconscious bias as innate cognitive associations based on gender. It is something that can't be seen. It is something that you can't tell from the direct action of people. However, it is mental thinking. It is hidden or embedded inside the unconscious part. That's why it is very critical, and it is not an easy thing to even to measure, to consider. The perceptions, a 2020 UNDP study found nearly half of the respondents viewed men as superior political leaders. If you have this view, and it is a rigid view, no matter what type of leaders women are, still they will face this challenge. Okay. Now, let us see, here we have these beautiful ladies in Oman. They are celebrating the Oman Women's Day. And we will find here that how 57% female labor force participation rate. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. How many minutes do I have now?
Actually, it's 3 more minutes.
Okay. No problem. This is the gap here, the approach, the analysis, the sampling. Here, this is the important slide. Now, no problem. We have these 4 factors, actually, these 4 factors of the glass ceiling, which are predictors for gender bias. We have here 4 hypotheses. All the hypotheses were supported in this study, like the linkage between the motherhood and the organization culture and the assessing the performance. How does it affect the gender bias? However, we have this factor, which is the result is false. It is unsupported, because many of the literature, in the literature review, we found that emotions do affect. But in our study, the new thing that we found that it doesn't support this hypothesis. So no significant correlation due to high data variation and other confounding factors. This will lead to an alert to think for the researchers, to think about what to do in the future. And it opens the door for the future studies. Investigation more controlled variable or differently structured study might be necessary. There are some hidden variables that affect the results, and really we need to work hard, researchers, to find these unseen or unhidden factors. So going here, let us say, let's go back here. The limitation, limited to a female. For future, we can also do the study, the survey to male and female to see different point of views. And we have the contribution here, the positive correlation between gender bias and challenges faced by employee, mothers, and organization culture. The recommendation address unconscious biases, to invest really in a training to recognize and reduce this kind of hidden bias. For future, examine different types of leadership, because we didn't concentrate like types of leadership. We talked about it in general, but for future, it is good to find which kind of leadership will be affected by these factors. As a conclusion, provides key insights into women leadership in Oman, specifically uncovering the challenges and guiding efforts towards gender equality, inclusive practices. So we are done here if you have any questions. Okay.
Very well done. Thank you very much, Dr. Alia, for your presentations. And I'd like to welcome ladies and gentlemen, all the audience here. Do you have any feedback or input to Dr. Alia and her teams?
Hello, Dr. Alia. Thank you for your presentations. I just have questions about are the Omani women contribution in the private sector as well as they contributed in the public sector?
It is a good theme for future studies. Why did we consider the public? Because we found that it is very high percentage of women working in the public. It means that very low percentage of women there. So it means that if we want to do a study there, I think maybe we'll need to go for interviews more than just a surveys to get the perfect sample to do the study on. Thank you. Yeah, any question? Yeah.
What is your specialty, doctor? May I ask?
Yes.
You are in which field?
Yes, in the HR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And my PhD is in the knowledge management. Yeah, for in the higher education. Thank you, thank you.
I have something from myself, if you allow me, Dr. Alia.
Yeah.
Like from your finding, out of the 4 variables, emotions is not significant.
No,
to
yeah.
gender bias.
Yeah.
Then
Whereas some in the literature said that it is. Yeah, that's why it is surprising.
When women make decisions, it's not based on emotion, but based on the rational.
Mm-hmm.
Can we translate on that way so that say the women are more rational in the workplace compared to the men, based on your finding?
It doesn't give this comparison, but it could be that because women finding very harsh challenges in this workplace, they are very clever to hide their emotions. They are very clever to hide this. That's why really it impressed me, and I say, yes, I need to do more studies about that. Yeah, if the emotions will be directly appear from the woman, there will be more bias. But you will feel that they have fear out of the bias, so they try to control also their emotions. So there are many different variables play a role in this issue. It is not only one. We can't consider only one issue, because really, that's what I said. It is very critical and a very complicated study to see the relation. It is not as simple as that to find it direct. There are many hidden
So
variables.
the women, they are not aggressive because they can control themselves and making decisions rather than conservative.
Yes, you can say that because although they are trying their best to prove themselves, they face the bias in different ways. Yeah. So either if they have a failure, yeah, because women, if they have a success, they say, it's not her effort. There are other reasons behind that. Ladies, listen to this carefully. Yeah.
What is the method that you use? Because I overlooked this one, the method that you apply in your study.
Yeah, actually we did the survey, and we used the tool, SPSS tool, to analyze the analysis.
Is it regression or stuff regression?
Yeah, multi-regression. Yes, multi-regression. Okay, any question? Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to welcome the next presenter, Sousan Abdurrahman, paper ID 0327, entitled From Onboard Data to Network Knowledge, Group-Based Federated Learning Approach for Vehicular Networks. So you can start to briefly introduce yourself and please keeping a time of 10 minutes.
So basically my presentation is a bit different from what was already presented. It's more about AI, machine learning, and how it's applied in vehicular networks. So I'll start by describing what is federated learning. Basically, federated learning is one type under machine learning. We have some problems for it, what's our proposed approach, and then some experiments. So what is federated learning? Basically, it's now a very hot topic and an emerging model that the basic idea is just not like decentralized learning where we need to send the data from our devices to a centralized model. No, it's something new. We have the decentralized model. Let's see the steps for federated learning. So first we have like a server, and we have some clients. It could be anything, mobile devices, it could be IoT devices, cars, networks, anything. So the first step is that the server can select some participants to participate in the process. Then these selected clients will download the current model from the server. The devices will compute some updates. So here the data, the raw data, it stays on the devices, and we have some analysis or training of the model. Now what is sent is not the data, so we don't have a privacy issue here, but the aggregated updates are sent to the server. And so on. We have many communication rounds here until we reach the convergence, so until we have a specific or target accuracy. What's the problem in this? First, we have the heterogeneous clients. So some of them, they have good communication resources, good computing resources. Others, they don't have. So this affects the global or the convergence of the global model. We have long training times, slow convergence, and so on. So what did we propose? Instead of just selecting any random client, we do some grouping of the clients. So we group them here based on the geographical location, because we are dealing with vehicular network. Then we select a temporary cluster head only with the highest resources. So the temporary cluster head can just do the analysis without dropping out of the process. We have a local training that is being performed. After that, it will be sent to an edge node. Now, when we send it to the edge node, here we have the real selection of the cluster head, and that's based on their computational resources, the time, and so on. After that, the model that is being aggregated and sent from the cluster head that is doing the training on behalf of its peers will send the model to the cloud, and then here we have the communication. So if we see this in our proposed model, how it is, so we take any scenario for some vehicles that are circulating over a network. What we do is first the cluster, the group selection. So suppose we have here, for example, 2 groups. We do some training just for a few rounds. Why? Because they have limited resources. Once they do this training, we have some analysis based on some formula just to predict the accuracy or the quality of the models. Based on it, we can select the best cluster head. Now, after that, we need to send from the cluster head to the server. But here also we have a communication latency, we have some problems and issues with this. So that's why we are using the edge nodes in between. So we have less communication overhead. How do we select it? It's based on just an optimization model and an optimization solution for it. We do select these edge nodes, and the model, the aggregation will be performed on these edge nodes, and then the communication will be performed with the cloud or the server. So that's basically the proposed approach that can reduce the communication overhead, the computing overhead, and the latency whenever we need to do any training on the devices. Now, we did some experiments based on a database called MNIST. That's like an image recognition. We have some images, we can just predict something out of it. And we compared it with two other approaches. One of them is the vanilla federated learning. Here it's the basic one. Just we select any client, we let them participate in the process. Another one is just any random cluster head without considering the location, without considering the communication resources, and so on. What we found is first when we studied the accuracy of the model. So we need to check the global model accuracy through many communication rounds. We can see that for our approach, we were able to reach it using only few rounds, like here 15 communication rounds only. For the other one, we had to use like around 70 rounds, let's say. So we can see how many more communication overhead we had. And for the last one, where we have just any random client selected, we didn't reach our accuracy, which is here 95%. So for the one in orange, we couldn't reach the accuracy at all. To study this more, we also compared the number of training samples that we were able to target. So if we compare them, we do have our model is the proposed one. You can see that we have less training models. So basically, if you look at it, we thought that scenario one, it will be the best. Why? Because we have more training models. But here we saw that our model, we have better accuracy. So what is important here is not only the number of the training models. We have studied the quality of these training samples, and that's why it's not about only the number. It's not about the quantity of the samples. It's more about the quality. So using only few, let's say, samples, we were able to reach the accuracy faster than the other approaches. And also we can see here like the total number of training, but only some of them, they were able to complete the rounds. Why? Because at some points maybe one car has dropped off from the process because we don't have enough resources. Maybe we don't have enough a time to just do the training and send it to the edge node, and so on. So there are many scenarios where these training samples were not able to reach the total global model. So as a conclusion, we do have this approach. We were able to achieve an efficient and scalable model training. We were able to reduce both communication and computing resources. Why? Because we have first only one cluster head that is doing the training instead of asking each car about it. And also we have this group to edge, not to the server directly. No, we have something in the middle where we are facilitating the communication. So that's all for this presentation.
Thank you, Susan. That's just technical and interesting for me. There's something new insight from you myself. Is there anyone who have a suggestion or input for Susan, or any question from audience, ladies and gentlemen? All right. So, a question, Susan. You mentioned in one of your results that the accuracy, if you can go back to the slide, the accuracy of your training model, yes, compared to the two scenario. Yeah. And the next one, the bar chart here.
You mean for the training?
Yes, yes. Okay. The average number of the training is far more than the total sample of the selected vehicle in the model. Can I translate that? Your proposed model is more accurate as compared to that actual scenario that happened in this vehicle network compared to scenario 1 and scenario 2.
Exactly.
And then can you tell us the level of accuracy of that? Because I don't see that level of accuracy from
Yeah,
that.
this one, it's related to the previous one. So it's for the same set of experiments.
Okay.
We studied the accuracy and the number of training samples.
What is the percentage?
And here it's like through the communication routes. The target is to reach the 95% accuracy. So basically for the 95%, we did only like 15 communication routes. And here we reached the target. For the other scenario, we reached it, let's say, at 17 communication.
What is the chance of making error?
It's not about error. It's about how fast we can learn the model, the global model for the machine learning.
Right. It comes to my mind that is this federated learning can be applied to another field, say for instance like in the healthcare or in the finance industry?
Yeah, it's being applied in many, many applications.
Okay.
The first application that was proposed by Google, it was for the keyboard. Just if you type a message, directly you get the suggestion for the rest of the message. So that's one of the federated learning models. So it takes my experience, another user's experience, and so on, and it converges all the results.
It's like a Google Siri?
It's more about when typing, using the keyboard. So if you start like hamburger, let's say, it's not you who did the training. It's maybe another user, but based on other users' experience, you are able to get a good feedback from them.
Right. And in the finance world, how
It
is
could
it
be for
applied?
healthcare as well. Why? Because here, for federated learning, what is important is the privacy of the data. And it's very applicable in healthcare because the data of the patient is very critical. You cannot just share it anywhere on the server and so on.
Yes.
So that's why they are applying federated learning in the healthcare mainly when we are dealing with the patient's data.
Do you have any research in the healthcare?
There are for
There are,
federated
okay.
learning, yes.
That's very interesting to know this can be applied also across this vehicular network. The
Yeah, it's
healthcare,
in any IoT application, healthcare devices, any type of devices, it could be applicable for.
Okay, right. And what are the software that you use for training the model? Are you
It's using just Python. We did
Python.
our own, yes, our own framework to do the training.
right? Okay. Thank you very much, Hassan,
Thank you.
for the insightful presentation. Actually, there are two other presenters in this session. I don't know whether they are here. Maha Shahida. This session, session 3. Yeah. So you're in this session? Oh, session 6 after this session. All right, okay. So I think we wrap up all the presenters. Yeah. All the presenters for session 3 are done. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are in this room, can we take a group photo together? Yeah. So that we can send it to the organizer. Sure, you can help me. Thank you, Mr. Tissaman. We discussed later for the empirical part. Yeah.
Dr. Muhammad, we're done.
Okay, the interview still running, right? So I can go to the other.
Can you start? Floor is yours.
So, yeah. All right. So, artificial intelligence can be a powerful tool to democratize education as well as provide quality education and make it accessible to all. This is a quote said by Salman Khan, which is the founder of Khan Academy. Fellow members, esteemed guests, good day to you all. Now, we're all here as educators, could be students or professors. And we all know that the adoption of AI in education might have challenges and opportunities. That's why we felt it would be better to highlight this and explore it more in our research paper. So our research paper will explore the significant intersection between the AI and education, as well as the connection between the AI and the quality of education, which is one of the SDGs. All right, as we all can see, this is the problem statement, which is adoption AI in higher education institutions internationally, and make sure that it will, of course, enhance the students' performance. And we would love to link it to the SDG goal number 4 set by United Nations. Here, the data collection was conducted in both ways, the secondary and the primary resources. And of course, the aim is to ensure the smooth adoption of AI in the education institutions. Why quality education, or what's the aim? This aim set by the United Nations, which is to ensure the availability of the higher education and the quality of education to everyone. Now, if you can see here, it mentioned fostering opportunities to all. All includes both genders, of course, all ages, different countries, including the different opportunities and the different learning abilities. Now, here you go. The research details. We have the methodology that we will use, which is quantitative, according to the survey that we will do. The sampling technique, we felt it would be better to go for stratified. Why stratified? As we will highlight, or we will focus on a specific age group, above 17, of course, those who are enrolled in higher education institutions, and both genders. Moving to the sample size, the United Nations survey, or the statistics conducted by the United Nations, mentioned that we have more than 250 million students are registered in the higher education around the world. That's why, yes, it is a big group, it is a big number of data. We will use the Morgan table to, yes, as per Morgan table, we will be able to interview around 380 people. The variables here, we have the independent, which is perceived risk, performance expectancy, and effort expectancy, and the dependent variable, which is the usage of AI in higher education. Moving to the literature review, we divided the literature review into 3 key components. First, the benefits, moving to the concerns, and ended up with the support. So the benefits, the previous research papers conducted in 2000, we will start with 2020 till 2023, the recent one. Here, according to the research conducted, the benefits is that they felt using the AI will, of course, help in the cybersecurity, to improve the cybersecurity by identifying the errors that it could happen and prevent it from happening. Then providing a personalized learning experience to all, and of course the quality assessment. Moving to the ethical concern, we have 2 points. The main point, it's the student's privacy. We're talking about education institution. Large number of data, sensitive data. We're talking about data that's related to the students, admin, and of course the teachers. That's why securing those data is little bit an issue for the education institutions while using the AI or adopting AI. Then the second point, which is related to accuracy and integrity, if we are using AI to detect AI. Last but not least, of course, we have a support provided by AI if we will apply it in higher education or in education in general. We have the AI chatbots and, of course, the online tutoring. Now, I should say that because of the time concern, we did not get the chance to do the full survey. We highlighted only, or we focused on 14 students. Those 14 students, we conducted a survey using Google survey. And this is the results. There were 23 questions divided into 5 segments according to the hypothesis and, of course, the key variables. Here we can see the perceived risk, which is 70%. They felt confident about using the AI and the content provided. Then the performance expectancy, 78.6%. The student, they felt that the AI can provide them with beneficial information. Moving to the effort, 92% felt that or found that the help of AI will enable them to personalize or make it a personalized tutoring. The outcome, the fourth point, which is the AI adoption, the 78%, they agreed to make the AI adoption in education regulated. Then last but not least, I left it to the last as it's the least percentage, which is 50%. 50% of the students that we targeted, they found that the content or the outcome from created by the AI, it's almost similar or could be better than the content created by the traditional methods. Last but not least, this is the conclusion and the last one, which is the future work. Now here we can see that there is a positive student's attitude towards using the AI, and of course it's kind of significant potential to use AI in education in order to achieve the quality education. The second point, of course, using the AI will help to improve the students' performance. The third point, yes, as majority, according to the survey that we conducted, the majority agreed or strongly agreed that we must regulate the usage of AI. Then last but not least, we would love to do it as a future work, which is the examining the long-term effect of AI according to the students' performance, academic performance, and their critical thinking skills. That's all from my side. Thank you so much, and we would like to open the floor for questions and answers.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one question. What type of AI did you use for testing?
What type of AI did you use for?
For the experiment. Yeah, what type of AI did you use for the experiment? Because there are several types of AIs, for example, large language model or specific AI.
Yes, definitely. So for the questions, we are targeting the AI
Okay, there are something called temperature in large language model. Do you know about this one, this factor? Okay, temperature means that there is, since they are creative language or creative model, they use this factor so that it can generate new data. This data, for sure, it's not accurate. For example, they can use 7% or 70%, 20%, 10%. Usually, ChatGPT or Gemini for Google, they specify at least 20%. If the answer, for example, is a little bit high tech, it will give you new data that is exactly not correct. Part of it not correct. So for professional, they will know the data or the application or the information that the AI provided is not correct. But for beginner like PS, for example, or below, they cannot find if the data is correct or not. There are several strategies to find the correct of this data, but usually when you test it like this with the student, you may get some problem because they will get answers, they will expect that it's correct, but actually when you give it to a professional, he or she will see that the answer is not correct. It's imaginary or creative answer. This is one part of the AI that is available now. Of course, you cannot control it. For example, for ChatGPT or Gemini, the temperature is fixed. They cannot lower it to less than 20%. But it is possible to install the large language model like Llama, for example, in the university, and it has similar performance, and you can control this factor. So you can, for example, if you try to ask the student to use it, you will get more accurate data about this one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Okay.
Thank you for your presentations. I have just minor questions. That can be artificial intelligence be a surveillance for assessment of student, such like exams, quizzes, and other assessment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Zaki, and thank you, Professor Mandatia. Now we will start with the second paper, the impact of employee satisfaction on performance in the Bahrain banking sector, a study on the implementation of electronic human resource management systems. The authors are Layla Al-Halawaji, Amani Al-Abbas, Nader Al-Khatir, Zakiya Shukriya, Anand Sani, Manal Al-Qarni. Floor is yours. Okay, okay.
This is the hours, okay? In agriculture, we have two here. Impact on the recruitment, yeah, this is impact on the banking.
Nader.
Yeah, Nader, but we have in the agriculture here.
I don't know. What is it here? Not there. Maybe by the mistake.
Yeah, maybe could be artificial intelligence and higher education information.
What about the authors? The same?
Yeah, this is the impact of employee satisfaction of performance. This is for the, I don't know, this is maybe in the different room, could be, the agriculture.
This is for you, yeah?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
what-
go ahead.
No,
Start.
it's okay, same.
Okay,
Okay,
okay. Artificial intelligence in the agriculture sector, case study. Okay.
Welcome everybody in this event about our researcher artificial intelligence in the agriculture sector case study in Saudi Arabia. The paper has 7 researchers. The first one is Zainab Zainuddin, Muhib Al-Warsh, Majid Al-Harbi, Nader Al-Qatar, Nawal Balawi, Muayyad Al-Damin, and the last one me, Abdul Mahsen. The contents is introduction, gap, research objective, lecture review, farm work and the results hypothesis, analysis and finding, limitation, recommendation, future research, consulting, conclusion, question and answers. This video will show the AI in agriculture, the future of modern smart farming with the IoT.
Welcome to Discover Agriculture YouTube channel. Today, we are diving into the exciting world of artificial intelligence in agriculture. In this video, we will be sharing everything you need to know about the latest AI technologies being used in the farming industry. Make sure to watch till the end to get the complete picture. And if you haven't already, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and click the notification bell so you never miss out on any of our informative videos. So, let's get started on this journey of discovering the latest AI technology being used in agriculture. Agriculture is one of the oldest and most important industries in the world, providing food and resources for human survival. Over the years, technology has played a significant role in improving agricultural productivity and efficiency. The advent of artificial intelligence, AI, has brought about a revolution in the agricultural sector, enabling farmers to make more informed decisions and optimize crop production. In this video, we will discuss some of the AI technologies that are already being used in agriculture. Welcome to Discover Agriculture YouTube channel. Today, we are diving into the exciting.
Now I'm going to let my partner, Dr. Zainab, to complete.
Thank you, my colleague. The world population is expected 9.6 billion by 2050. Then we need to increase by 70% by 2050. Significant pressure in the agriculture sector that we need to rising the energy. Then the useful to farmers and agribusiness in meeting these demands. Machines learning, forecasting, and M2M. M2M means equipment monitoring, environment monitoring, payments to farmers via mobile money. The literature review. AI plays a significant role in assisting farmers across the various components, technology, and applications. By revealing predictive, analytic, and advanced farm and crop management systems, M2M using satellite photo and meteorological information and business. Leveraging AI and MI, organizations can attribute pricing accuracy to calculate tomato outcome and yield is swiftly and identify pests and diseases, infestations, and the last, simulation for optimal profitability. Next. And the gap. The gap is the pests and diseases in the agri business need more research about as well as the pest and the disease still attacked in agriculture. And the research objective to find how does the AI of 7 dimensions will be impact in agribusiness, protect plant disease, improve discussions making, soil monitoring, detect soil defects, detect the smallest insect, assist food supply chains, and the last, increase productivity. My colleague.
Yeah, thank you for Dr. Zainab and Dr. Abdul Mohsen for their contribution. Really, as they said, we are right now 8 billion. We are going to 10 billion. What can we do? Tell me. We have to get something motivation, something automatic. Of course, we need this AI in 2050. 2050 could be the population will be 10 billion. Then of course we need more productivity. That's why we are going to demonstrate this one. Even though from this research, we have discover one method, one way, one approach, we can convert the desert to the green area. I'm challenged, just give me any desert for any place, I can convert it to you to green area, for sure. Okay, Abdulaziz? Sure? You will get customer? Yeah, that's okay, let's go. Yeah, the methodology of the research, we get our sampling, we have using the software SPSS, because it was the large, around 300, we get it, the farmers, we are. Yeah, how to, yeah, this is. I'm so sorry. Can you help me for this one, anyone? Where is this one, the right, please? Next, I think. Yeah, this is, we have get the correlation matrix. Of course, we have the AI, and between, this is, we have the dependent variable, and independent variable, we have productivity, self-machine, and we have protection, we have decision making, soil monitoring, supply chain, productivity. Of course, we have all this one significant. If you can see it, all this one, the correlation, the linkage between dependent variable and independent variable above 0.5, that means strong relationship. Yeah, this is our models that we have seen it. We call it not multilinear regression, we use linear regression between the input and the output. Of course, this is the definition, the Y2, it is the meaning, the prediction, and the Y4 soil, this is the independent variable. Yeah, this is the regression result. Of course, we have get all the model 1 and the model 3 and up to model 6, all this one significant. And even though the ANOVA test, all, this is ANOVA test, this is, we call it if actual, and of course, this is the if statistical, we call it, and we get all this one greater than if statistical, okay? Because from if critical or call it if actual, and we get all this one significant. And even the R square, all of this one in the models, it's good, more than 15 or 20. All of this one R square, the model, all of them significantly. Again, no problem. I'm not familiar with this one, but it's okay, yeah. Can you help me again? No problem. I'm not familiar with this pointer. I didn't know what's happened for him. Can you just help me for the last one? Okay, you will do it. I'm so sorry for this one. Yeah, to conclude this one, almost we're coming to conclusion. Yeah, the next, yes, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, one more, next. Yeah, this is our hypothesis we have from 1 to 6. There is an existing relationship between II and this self in agriculture, there is a link between AI and the prediction, and even though up to hypothesis 6, there is AI increase the productivity in agriculture. This is our hypothesis. All our hypothesis, it was true, significantly, statistically significantly. Next, please. Yeah, this is the limitation. Our limitation, the one, or we have the shortage in our research. Yeah, the AI, artificial intelligence, has the potential to revolution agriculture by enhancing sustainability practice, reducing the cost, and improving the output. However, it depends on the accurate and collection ethical consideration. You know, this is sometimes when you get the feedback, we cannot call it an ethics, but he didn't give you the correct answer. He gave you incomplete questionnaire. It will be, not get accurate results. This is one of our limitation. Yeah, this is our recommendation for the AI can reduce the impact on natural ecosystem, also increase the work safety and reduce the food prices. Of course, any country will use the AI in the agriculture will be winner. Yeah, for the conclusion, the AI has become an increasing important agriculture due to the flexibility, high performance, accuracy, and cost effectiveness, finding a new technology, convert, even I said the project I trust myself, I can convert the desert to green. Anyone who need any project, just contact to me, my email, it is in the last one. This is my email, you can take photo from this my email if you need. For sure, I can convert any desert to green area by AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for informative presentation. Is there any question? Any question? Disagreement? Why?
Hi, my name is Asma Mubarak. I'm studying on this emerging technologies. When you said that you will transfer the desert area to a green land, I still don't believe that we should transfer the whole area to greenland, because of even the desert have many benefits and healthy weather, and also you can find like many disease can be cured by the plants that is been planted in the desert. So desert is like you can say equal to Greenland. So you cannot say that I want to transfer the whole desert. Actually, I like the desert, but really many studies have proven that the desert area is very good and healthy area also, not only the Greenland. The Greenland, maybe you have more insects than the deserts. So when you think about the AI, okay, the AI can help in the agriculture, but also if you check the AI with the background of the data of the benefits in the deserts, you will find also more. Actually, I was thinking the same about changing the area to green, but I find it is like, for sustainability, both are needed. As sustainable things, yani. Mm. Okay. Yes. We need the trees, and your idea in industrial. No, we need the trees and industrial areas, and where people are living, like in high buildings. You need really the AI help them there. Okay. Maybe you will say that I will transfer the whole. Mm. There is some patents actually. Maybe I can send it to you. No. No, not chemical, not chemical. Yeah, but no, not me. Actually, some people are using not AI, other emerging technologies about developing the green lands. Okay, so maybe I can share it with you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Asma.
My name is Salah Al-Hajji. In your research, did you measure what they call it effect size in implementing AI in agriculture, or you do any research in regard?
Yeah, this is, we have taken as a quantitative deductive research. We distribute the questionnaire to the farmers, and they give us their feedback. We divided our questionnaire into the sections. We have 6 sections we can go. We can do the survey, and we get the results from the survey questionnaire.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question?
Thank you.
Oh, this is my colleague.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Nader.
Okay, unfortunately, we can't present the other papers because the authors are unavailable. Do you want to present the other? This one?
The impact of below satisfaction.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I don't have the presentation.
So.
Recruitment you have? You can go ahead. You have the recruitment.
Okay, sorry for.
In the recruitment, yeah, Dr. Abdulaziz.
This Dr. Abdulaziz? Okay, okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, give it to him.
This one. Dr. Abdulaziz, okay. 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 Dr. Abdulaziz will present the paper which entitled The Impact of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Recruitment, Transformative Shift in the Traditional Method of Hiring. Floor is yours, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, everybody? My name is Abdulaziz Al-Ghamdi. I'm gonna presenting the paper Impact of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Recruitment. This is transformative shift in the traditional method of hiring. Actually, I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Dr. Layla, Dr. Zainab, Dr. Mahib, and Dr. Nader, and Dr. Fajr, and also Dr. Abdul Muhsin Al-Sabi'. My role in this paper is minor role, but the major things was is methodology was created by Dr. Naders, and if you have any questions, he's standing over there and you can ask him. Okay, this is the agenda, which is contained of 10 elements, so I'm gonna skip it to move forward for the introductions. Actually, this paper examined the expanding of role artificial intelligence in the reshaping the recruitment sector. It delves into how the deployment of this cutting-edge technologies is poised to impact both employer and candidate across various stages of the hiring process. From the moment of job advertised through the search for suitable candidates to the final stage of interviewing and assessing a potential hires, the artificial intelligence is becoming an integral tool with the human resource and recruitment consultant. So the research problem conducted by U.S. Department for Labor and Globe indicates that traditional approach to achieve more than 16% success in securing the appropriate individual for a positions, so that in response to this issue, increasing number of employers are turning to technology enhanced the solution. So by integrating the artificial intelligence into the human resource process, the organization have adopted pre-employment assessment. So the evaluation present prospective candidate with predetermined set of inquiries, significantly improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the recruitment process. So the purpose of this research established to recommend approach for recruiters, both in-house and consultancies, by using artificial intelligence as primary tools for streamlining recruitment process. For this part, literature review, the role of within human resource acknowledged that there are a number of barriers to adoption of this stage. First of all requires a large amount of data that is also accurate. These data sets are very complex to effectively understand the psychology of the candidates. So a question was developed using a research. So that now the part of research and methodologies, the data source of this research aims to strengthen the decision on the hypothesis. A question was developed using a research from several studies. It is based on the survey collected after 105 employees STC located in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the adoptions of the artificial intelligence technology for talent acquisition is also positively influenced by the task technology fit, perceived utility, and perceived easy of use. Additionally, we used smart PLS to analyze the data due to small data collections. So this is the reliability Chrome Bash Alpha, which is display the correlation between artificial intelligence and recruitment, which is the result here, 0.7, which is less than 1. That means there is a strong relationship between artificial intelligence and recruitment. As you've seen here, the 0.7 also, there is a significant, strong, positive relationship between AI and recruitment. The model analysis we used in this article, Smart PLS, explain the hypothesis. One is accepted as the AI had a positive, significant impact on human resource management. That original sample, which is equal to 0.7, less than 1, as shown in this table. The limitation of this study is custom built with the data. Training involves building on an artificial intelligence specifically tailored to the specific need. Customization also, the one of the limitation being useful for the job with the unique skills set. One more, the PIEs, within data can lead to the biased result as well. The contribution, machine learning can have a significant impact on recruitment, firms in the KSA, streamlining the process, improving the efficiency, and enhancing the decision making for the recruitment. Machine learning also can be leveraged in recruitment firms in terms of the resume screening and candidate matching, predictive analysis for candidate sourcing, and also skills assessment and competency evaluation and more. This paper suggests for the future to impact artificial intelligence on a new employee selected for such position and under the guidance of algorithm. So the research, the ideal model, and develop algorithm for the best offer for selected job based on the market competitions. So the affecting using the artificial intelligence by monitoring the new employer performance according to the job specification and job description for such employees. So I want to conclude in this paper by integrating AI into the recruitment strategy. Employers can significantly enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of their hiring process. Also, AI is automate mandate tasks and also refine the candidate selection process through advanced analytics and the data-driven insight by improving candidate sourcing, reducing bias, and enhancing the overall recruitment experience. Also, AI over a migrate of advantage of recruitment. This is my paper, and thank you for listening, and welcome for your questions.
Thank you so much. Is there any question?
Any question?
First of all, thank you for the paper. I really like it. It's very beneficial, actually, for anyone who's going to use any emerging technologies. But I need one point I want to add. Like, you can, in behalf of you using AI or machine learning, why didn't you use blockchain?
Blockchain is a tool of AI.
No, it's a different tool that you can use AI in it. But because of the lately AI is updating, but still the hackers or the programmers can manipulate in the AI. But blockchain, once you put the data, you cannot manipulate with it.
Actually, in this study and this paper, just we utilize AI as a tools to study of the recruitment. How this
no, it's very good. I mean, it's very good. It's actually is nourishes. But I mean, if you add blockchain with it, with the AI, for data security, I think blockchain is the best, especially for recruitment. Because if I want to put my data, I will not put it on the AI server. I will put it on the blockchain, because even after long decades, maybe I'll die or whatever, my data is secured, my certificates are secured, and even if the hackers try to attack, they can attack AI, but they cannot, as you see now, they're using cryptocurrencies with the blockchain, not with the AI. Why? Yeah. Because if they know the AI is updating, and sometimes you have like gaps in it, but I prefer you put blockchain with the AI.
So the blockchain, maybe it's going to be a suggestion for the future study.
Yeah, with the AI. I prefer it for more security, because of because the AI, unfortunately, is day by day everyone is hacking through it.
Yes.
Okay.
Could be with the AI.
But it's very good paper. I like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. It's a very nice presentation. Can you just clarify that here AI is used for doing the analysis, right, for prediction?
Yes.
So as Professor mentioned that AI can be used for doing the analysis. On the top of it, blockchain can be used for maintaining the security of the data, right? So by integrating both the two techniques, so both the two techniques are required. For analysis, for predicting the future, we need AI. So AI has to be used, and then on the top of it, for security, along with other techniques, like for intrusion detection systems and firewall, blockchain can be an additional technique for maintaining the security of the database management systems, right? That is what, Professor, as you mentioned that, right? That's the thing. So the integrated with AI. AI can be used for prediction. And on the top of it, blockchain can be used for maintaining the security of the database, right? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you also.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Very well, the presentation. Thank you for it. Now, my question is regarding the diversity. Do you think is it going to be automatically considered in the AI, or it will be left on the side? For example, what if, hypothetically speaking, one of the minorities around the world, they are typically not as qualified as others? Will the AI make a decision to not hire anyone of that minority? Because there might be indirect benefit of hiring one of these, even though they are not as qualified as the others, by lifting up the level of this minority by employing them and having them be in an environment with other people who are also highly qualified. And then in the long term, it will level up this minority and accordingly level up the humanity as well. So will AI deduct this long-term indirect benefit, or it will only focus in the direct, immediate benefit of the company? Is it going to be beneficial by hiring this or not directly? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Actually, AI, by using algorithm, so AI can play the significance of protecting selection candidate and bias, from the bias of gender, of experience, education, and so on. Also, by using some algorithm, it can be AI play also the selection from the internal organizations for specific candidate for that.
Okay, thank you. Any question? Any question? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The next paper is Enhancing the Performance of Translation Graduates Through Training. A proposed practical model will be presented by Ahmed Al-Saadi and Raed Awashra. Okay, present. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ahmed Al-Saadi from Sultanate of Oman, from the Sharqiya University, MBA graduate, postgraduate. First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me this chance to be today with you, sharing my paper. And I hope that this paper will give some benefit to your life or to our generation. First of all, the abstract I used and the things I used in my paper, basically about a problem which is commonly known in the translation sector, because in the translation we have graduates. These graduates, they are facing problems. And through my profession as a translator and as an owner of translation company, I observed that the graduates of the universities, they have kind of gap between the theoretical things and the practical experience. So I used many keywords like practical training, performance, translation, all these things related to their career. And intentionally, I have chosen this topic to help my people in my country and other countries to develop their careers, to develop their skills. Introduction, as we all know, the importance of translation as a career or in the legal terms, in the courts, in the education. I think this is very non-subject to you. Literature review, this is the first thing I have done. I have gone through many literature reviews to see their ideas, their study, what's going on regarding the gap and regarding the big gap of the training and the theory. So I have gone through many literature review, and this is the first method I used. The gap in my study, I aim in my study to solve the problem of this gap between the theoretical study and the training for the Omani student in the Omani labor market. But this basically will not affect only Omani people. This can help other people in Bahrain and Arab worlds, wherever. Because this is very common, matter in the translation. Methods, as you all know, the methods. First of all, I used the literature review, then I went through my questionnaires, collection data, and then also I have made lots of interviews with the students, graduates, business owner, academics. So I have gathered many information to see and to examine my hypothesis. The suggested, as I said from beginning, the suggested framework, reshaping social attitudes, in terms that helping, advising the owner of companies, the people, to be very serious about the training, especially the internship for the university student. Enhancing the practical training. This is my goal. This is my main objective, to have that in their curriculum, and their internship, and their life also. Because I say in my language, the translation will not be as much as it is efficient until the person goes into effective training. And this is the problem we are facing in the translation sector. This is true. Aligning the curriculum with the market, as I said, so we need more curriculums, practical curriculums at the universities, and also in the internship. Implication of the study. Pioneering the study. See, this study basically, and I am very proud that my study is the first study and the first paper in Oman for the gap or for the issue or the problem of the translation graduates, because of their lack of their training programs and practical programs or training programs, internship, curriculum, and overall their practical experience. Conclusion, everyone knows the importance of the practical, and basically this is commonly, not only in translation, in many fields. Without training, without internship, without developing yourself or the people, the graduates, by training, they won't be as much as effective without that. So also, the empirical evidence shows that the practical training enhances the graduate effectiveness. See, the person, when he gets a proper training, he will be ready for the market. And this is how I found out from my career and from my company how these students, or the majority of them, honestly, the majority of the translation graduates, they are really weak. And this is what pushed me sincerely to write and to study and to do this paper in my MBA thesis. In fact, I have BA in English language and my master degree in business administration. Thank you very much for listening to my paper. And I would like also to dedicate my paper to my king. One day he said one word to me, work hard. And one day I was awarded for my company by our king before he was the Minister of Culture. Now His Majesty the Sultan Haytham bin Tariq is our Sultan, and every time I got my inspiration by his leadership. Number two, I dedicate this work to my university, Sharqiya University. They gave me the chance to talk abroad about my paper in Bahrain. Finally, I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank you, Bahrain, and all people here on this lovely land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Is there any question? Asma?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Actually, your point is very right, and we need people who knows more than one language. But the problem, how we can decide which language is the best for the market. Everyone's saying English, okay, no problem. Arabic, no problem. But France, okay, we are not using French in more areas except in Africa. So now it's also changing. Now in Saudi, they are adopting the language of Chinese. Kuwait adopting the language of Japanese. So when we want to decide, we have to have a future view, which language we should study, which is a common language we should study. I think now people are not maybe learning more than 3 or 4 languages in one place. Like in Kuwait, we know 3 languages in this high school. You said higher education. For me, it's better that it's from primary, maybe, at least a few words, which is similar. In Spain, it's mixed also, half Arabic, half France, like that. So how we can decide which best language to learn except English and Arabic and France? Because of, as you know, it's changing. Everything, the era is changing. The people thinking and working changing. Some countries are, they think only English is the best. For me, no, actually, not only for me, everyone knows. So how you can decide which language we're supposed to put in the curriculum? Okay.
Answer the question, please.
First of all, I thank you for your question, and it is very important, this question, and to be cleared and to be explained by me or by anyone who is specialized in translation. First of all, my dear, this role or this model can be applied on any language. This is the way you can improve yourself as a translator in French language, Chinese, any language in the world. So by this model, this is typical model for the translation graduates or students. When I say what's the difference here, why I say graduates? Because during your study, you are not required for the labor market, for the workforce market, for example. When you are required to have this, when you become, and when you finish your university, then you become as a career, as a translator, as a career. So through this model, if the person who is in translation field by the university or by the companies or by the translator himself or herself use this typical role, will develop himself or herself to be in highly competitive market or self development. So it's fine. You can use the same one for every language. Number one, you can start this after university or during the university, because basically there are 2 types of translators. Type number 1, which doesn't need any degree. You, me, anyone can translate a novel a book, anything for your personal. It is like something from yourself. This is personal achievement, personal career, something like this. Doesn't have requirement. This is number one. And doesn't even need a degree to translate. If you love or if you like a novel in English language, tomorrow you can do it in Arabic and you can publish it after examining that one. Number two is the career of translation. What I am talking here is about the career. The graduates, when they go to work, if I want to be a good translator in the market, I should have combined two things. Theoretical and practical. If I go back in the 16th century, 17th century, the Bacon, the founder of experimental school or experimental theory. Then Descartes came, the French philosopher. He came with another one, with theoretical, with not practical, this one. Another, we say with typical or with typical, theoretical school. So, Bacon said, John Locke, and other philosophers, David Hume, they believe in practical. They say, in order to get information, you need to have experimental or practical theory, or school, or way. Okay? Then Descartes came, the philosopher. He said, no, you need to get the information, the knowledge. You can develop yourself by theories. So we cannot neglect this philosopher or Descartes fully. We can use both of them in a way that helps people to improve themselves, theoretical and practical. And this is from the history. I share my information with you. I hope I answered your question. Is that clear?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now, Dr. Anand will, okay, thank you. Dr. Anand will present the paper on behalf of his colleagues. The paper is The Impact of Employee Satisfaction on Performance in the Bahrain Banking Sector, a study on the implementation of EHRM system. Floor is yours.
I can say good evening to one and all. We started in the afternoon, but now we are in the evening session. Am I right? I apologize for delivering my session in the last, but I appreciate your patience. My topic is the impact of employee satisfaction on performance in Bahrain banking sector. This is a case studies implementation of EHRM system in the banking system, and how the employees, they feel that whether they are happy, they are much happy, or they are not happy. Is there any some kind of relations? Because in every sector, in every organization, the most precious asset, the most precious resource is the human resource. And money, bank, lifeline of any of the country, any of the economy. I'm going to cover all these things in my presentations today. If we start with a brief information regarding exploring the Bahrain banking sector. Digitalizations, as we know that the computer introduced in many sectors. Initially it started with the defense in some of the organizations, but now it's a part and parcel of each and every organization since 2016. And now it's entering in even each and every function of the organization, including the human resource functions. Most of the things, even we can say that we are going with the automations, and in the coming days we can just even my friends, they explain that the use of technology, even AI, is also entering in the sector of human resource. A brief information about the impact of employee satisfaction and the performance in the Bahraini banking sector. The study aimed to assess the employee satisfaction on the job performance level towards ERM system, as well as establish a correlation between the two factors. Two factor means one is the dependent factor and another one is the independent factor. Job satisfaction and the other independent factors are there, which we are going to see that how they are related or not related. Is there any impact of these two things or not? I have did some of the literature review. Some of the very important literature review which I found that can be more relevant, I included here. If you see the first one, there is a rapid development of Internet of Things, and ongoing industrial revolutions have significantly transformed the future of the work. The paper was published in 2019. And later on, even there are many other studies which are showing that there is significant impact of human resource sectors, and there is a correlation between the EHRM. The EHRM, bridging the gap. Bridging the gap, here I cover the 4 areas of human resource, not each and every aspect. Human resource itself is a very big area and we can't cover everything. Basically, I try to cover here the recruitment, training, performance, and compensations. These are the most commonly attached things related with any employee in any of the organization. The EHRM have revolutionized the recruitment process. Even we can say that in these days there is a recruitment process, even from the time of job descriptions, when we are sharing with the employees or forthcoming employees, including interviews, including the initial inductions program, all the things even we are going to depend on the EHRM. Now, if you look at that 33% of the financial professional expressing high satisfaction or engagement related with the EHRM, the dissatisfaction of EHRM systems can lead to the negative outcomes such as increased in the high turnover rate. And customer satisfaction in the banking industry is closely linked to employees' job performance, that we all are aware that when the employees, they are not happy, definitely they will switch from one organization to the another organizations. That leads to find out my research objective also, means how does the level of employee satisfactions with the EHRM in a selected bank branches in Bahrain correlate with the employee turnover rate, means is it there any relation between the employee turnover rate that we are implementing the EHRM and employees are switching from one organization to the another organizations? How does customer satisfaction in the banking sectors correlate the employees' job performance and satisfaction considering the implementation of EHRM? And lastly, how does the integration of artificial intelligence in machine learning and other relevant informations to EHRM systems impact employee satisfactions and performance in the banking sector? Just a couple of minutes back, I mentioned that even in the coming days, the EHRM, most of the things are going to be covered by AI also. Here we can easily identify that there are 2 types of variables I have used. One is a dependent variable, another one is an independent variable. Here we can say that job satisfactions and the independent variables are e-recruitment, training, performance appraisals, and e-compensations. And based on this framework only, we can identify here the 4 different hypotheses. The first one is there is no negative impact of e-recruitment and selection on the job satisfaction of the employee. And the second hypothesis, there is no positive impact of e-training on the job satisfactions. There is no positive impact of e-performance appraisal on the job satisfaction. And there is no positive impact of e-compensation on the job satisfaction. These are the 4 different hypotheses framed based on this. The methodology that what I have used here the quantitative methods. Please excuse me if I am going a little faster. The research design. Here I have included the quantitative research design to examine the relationship between the EHRM and job satisfaction in the banking sector. Sampling technique, I have used the survey questionnaires on 250 different employees and data collections collected through the surveys. For data analysis, I have used SPSS 22. And quantitative different methods I have applied here, you will see in the coming slides. Here we can see that the result of reliability examinations, all the data is reliable, we can rely because we have used the cons alpha and all the outcomes are accepted. If we see the regression analysis, which shows the values are quite accepted and which leads even to the testing of hypothesis. Here, all the hypotheses, we can say that we have the significant values and all the hypotheses accepted, means just now we discussed about the different type of hypotheses and all 4 hypotheses we can say that accepted. Or basically we can see here, even when we are applying EHRM in the banking sector or any other sector, it's not increasing any kind of dissatisfaction, or we can say that it is not the reason that employees are having the high layoff rate in any of the organizations. Also, I want to relate this one with the one more topic. Do you think that AI is going to replace the human being in the organization? Is there any chance that human being can be replaced in coming days? I don't think that. Yeah, because I was sitting in the other room and the same topic was going on. So there it was the same discussions that AI is playing very important role and it's going to enter in each and every sector of our life. I'm an academician and I can see that how it injected in the mind of students, tutor, everywhere. It's covering the 360 degree, but still it can't replace the human being. Am I right? And you can relate this the result that all 4 factors, 4 different variables which are related further with the hypothesis, e-recruitment, e-training, e-performance appraisal and compensations, all the 4 hypotheses got accepted. For my study there is a limitations, even though this is accepted, because we have conducted on the banking sector and we can't generalize this one on each and every sector, whether it's going to be accepted in all the other sectors or not. Because it may be possible, especially if I'm saying about my students, there is a e-training and there is a physical training. Some of the students, they will say that we would like to have the face-to-face sessions instead of having something in front of the screen. And some persons, they will say that we don't like to spend much of our time in front of a blue screen, and which one is having a lot of negative impact on our lives. So when we are saying that, here we have covered the limited dimension of the human resource, not each and every aspect of the human resource, and we can't generalize this one. In my questionnaire, in my survey, we haven't encouraged more open-ended questions, so that is one of the limitations, because whatever we can find out, the information sometime in the open-ended questions, we can't find out in the questions where we are providing the limited options to the respondent. And as I told you that this question is not complete. Why the question is not complete? Because HRM itself is a very wide term and each and every aspect we can't cover in the EHRM. And we have covered a small sample size, 250. I think that it's not a very appreciated sample size. So these are the few of the limitations related with my research. Implication and recommendations. Importance of integrating AI, machine learning and IT in EHRM system, because we can easily see with the hypothesis testing that there is no such kind of impact. We can't say someone that because you have not conducted this type of interview, so that's why I'm unhappy. So employee in these days, even they are applying from a particular place, particular location of a world, and they are getting selected in another part of the world. And in the coming days, there will be more integration of such kind of things. And for future, we can say that provide comprehensive training and support to the employees during the EHR implementation, continuously gather their feedback and make improvement to the EHRM. Every day we know that the technology is enhancing, and every day some of the new tools we are integrating in the system. Even you, me, and me, all of us, wherever we are associated, every day we are having some of the new enhancement in the software system, what we are sitting in front of that. So a kind of training definitely it will improve our skills, our quality, and our contributions to the organizations. Future scope, as I told that, we can go with our long longitudinal studies. Future researchers could conduct the longitudinal studies to examine the long-term impact and outcome of the EHRM system, analyzing the effectiveness before and after implementing of the EHRM system. This I am saying that whenever we are introducing any kind of new things in the system, like related with the performance appraisal, the different techniques are there. When we are based on the EHRM system, we should see that how it was the result before, if it's related with the satisfaction, related with the employee's performance or anything. If we can first record some of the outcome before and some of the outcomes means after we implemented such kind of system. Definitely it will helpful in bridging the gap of EHRM and employee job satisfactions. Efficient processes will be there, and it will empower the employees, and data-driven decision will be more helpful for the coming employees or for the coming generation itself. Conclusion, this research highlight that implementing EHRM in the banking sectors can positively impact employee satisfactions and performance. The study focused on the Islamic banking, so there are other banking systems are also in Bahrain, and that's one of the even limitation of my study also. Emphasizing the significance of the related organizations and top management consider the findings, integrating technological advancement and automation into the management system is crucial for enhancing competitiveness and surviving in the era of industrial and ITs. And these are the few references I have added. I would like to appreciate if any question is from your side. I know that you are tired, but still. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anat. Wallahi, clear presentation and more interesting. Yeah, my question about EHRM, because EHRM, many practices like recruitment, selecting, reward, training, planning, monitoring. I think how we can be used EHRM for the reward. Can you maybe give the reward by EHRM, or you have to give it physically? How it will be working, this one?
Your question is very valid. As you mentioned that HRM itself is very wide, so we can't cover each and every aspect of HRM in this one. But I would like to answer your questions that can we reward the employees also by using the EHRM? The point which I have not covered here, I would like to relate your... I would like to relate your question with my answer with a very simple practice in most of the organization what they are following up. Like in every organization you can see that they are using the biometric device, and in the coming days there will be a face recognition technology will be there. If such kind of things can be correlated with the EHRM functions related with the compensations, etc. It will provide them that the employee who is coming at the right time, more punctual, more these things are there. They are getting automatically appreciations, automatically reward. There is no need that manually someone is counting that how many days he was present, how many days he was absent, because everything it's recorded by either by using the biometric device or some AI tools. Because AI is coming days going to be the part of HRM, or we can say that slowly we are introducing even AI also in the HRM, and definitely it will be a part of the yes, brother.
This is very pertinent when you mention integration of AI, machine learning, and all of this technology stuff in the HRM context. But let's talking about talent, that talent management, those who have a managerial qualifications and expertise or experiences in that industries. How would the integration of this EHRM with all the technology can be used by the banking organizations to retain the talent or to attract the talent?
Thank you, brother, for your nice question. And this is one of my limitations, that my study was more focused on the banking sector, but no doubt, even for talent management, we can use the EHRM techniques. And we can't even escape from using the EHRM even for the talent management, because whatever the experience they have, we need to identify either by using the AI, either by using the machine learning, that how it can be incorporated in the EHRM and how we can get benefited with their all this experience and their talent and whatever they deserve or whatever they have. I hope that I have answered your question. Thank you. Any more question? Yes, sister?
Thank you, Doctor. We have to conclude this session because we have to go to the main room to conclude the conference today. I don't know if you want to take group. Okay.
Can I take my flash with your permission?
For a reference only?